Well, those days have all but gone.
A minute ahead of you, all good? Well, Morena, good morning. Just before we return to the campground case, just a few sort of housekeeping kind of or timetabling comments from us. We've just been pondering the schedule. So as people in the room will know, there's been a wee bit of slippage, but we're still sort of on track, we hope, and I know that Harry has been calling different submitters if we've had to make some changes. If you're having any difficulties with the timing, given that you're in the room and you can see what's going on, then please talk to him, and he will then converse with us as necessary. Now, just one of the things we've been thinking about, and this is for the benefit of everyone in the room, and most importantly, the council team. The council team is currently scheduled to be the last presentation, well, pretty much the last presentation. It is the last presentation on Friday. Given the amount of material that's been produced and the issues that have been discussed and the timing that we have available, we have discussed with them the possibility of actually having their presentation done, live streamed online next week. Now, we had next week in our diary anyway for the continuation of this hearing. If that is the only presentation we need to hear, we think it would be most prudent from a cost effectiveness point of view to do that online, given that it would be available for everyone to watch, just as these proceedings are, given we're the only persons that can ask that team questions. We think that's a good outcome. We will need to make a decision about that by the end of today, and the reason that we need to do that is because Natalie Hampton, the economist, is coming up from the south later on tomorrow, so we would need to make the decision to preclude that plane trip. So we will do that sort of afternoon tea time, or maybe after lunch. We'll just have that discussion at that point. What else was I going to say about that? Look, the real reason, it isn't just a scheduling issue. The real reason is that we would like the council to have enough time to properly consider everything that's been presented, and we would rather hear from them a considered response rather than, what tends to be a little bit off the cuff, in the sense that they, one, have a tight slot that they have to fit into, but also they haven't had an opportunity to properly consider everything that's been said. And obviously even particularly what was presented yesterday from the campground regarding the status of the campground. They're the kind of things that we would be looking to the council to respond to. And when I mean the council expert team, obviously. This isn't the political arm of council. This is the council expert team, planning and economics. Noting that, for those of you who don't know, and I think it was clear in the minute, Nigel Lloyd, the noise expert for the council, is currently overseas, so he's not in a position to present, even if we did do it online next week. So that's our thinking. I'm not going to invite comment on that. If you have anything you want to comment about, can you please just run that comment through Harry, just to keep our time to time. And so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to hand back to Mr. McFadden and just confirm to him and to his team, thank you for the certificate of title, that's very helpful. Thank you for the summary of Mr. Race's presentation summary from yesterday, the summary of the summary. And I can confirm that we have read the full document that was presented yesterday overnight. I do not have any additional questions. I asked some questions yesterday. My colleagues may well do, and I'm sure they do, and I'm going to hand to them shortly to do that, and then we will, that will be where we're at with that witness, and then we can move on to hear from Mr. Stiles, who I can see is sitting in the front row, and then Mr. Lyle. Is that all good?
Madam Chair, do you wish for Mr. Race to read his summary of summary?
He doesn't need to. We have read the full summary. Okay. And I think for me, I'm very clear, based on the questioning I asked of him yesterday, and I think my colleagues are also, but they will have a couple of questions. We're very clear about what it is Mr. Race is, his evidence is about, and why he considers that there are shortcomings, or significant shortcomings in the evidence from Nelson Airport. Our expectation, and I don't probably need to say this, but I will anyway, our expectation is that in their reply, Nelson Airport will need to really carefully consider the points that are made by Mr. Race and respond to them as they think fit, because they go directly to the technical evidence that was presented by the airport. And the summary he gave yesterday, the oral one, and this one is really helpful because he's mentioning some of the specific pieces of evidence and commentary that were made by Dr. Orchard and Mr. Munro. So thank you for that. That's extremely helpful. And I think the appropriate place to have that addressed from an expert evidence point of view is in reply. Obviously, they can only reply to things that have been raised. So, and that's our expectation. So, yes. Okay. So what I'm going to do, Mr. Race, is I'm just going to hand over to firstly, Mr. McMahon, who's got some questions, and then if there are any outstanding issues, then Mr. Daish will pick those up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Race, my question to you is going to be reasonably broad, and I'm going to ask Harry to hand up a document for you to. You've got it in front of you?
You got the document?
It's one page. Thank you. Now, before I put the question, just don't worry about reading that at the moment, Mr. Race.
Yep.
Before I put the question to you, I just want to provide a little bit of context, if you don't mind. Under Section 171 of the Resource Management Act, our task is to determine whether to recommend the approval of this designation or not, and the Act helpfully sets out some criteria. And one of the criteria that we need to consider is whether the work and the designation is reasonably necessary for the achievement of the objectives of the requiring authority, that's Nelson Airport, for which the designation is sought. And what you have in front of you are the NAL's objectives for the NOR. And Clause A is particularly relevant. It talks about extending the operational runway length in order to ensure that over the next 30 years the aeronautical capacity of the airport and runway can safely and efficiently operate and provide increased resilience and enable forecast demand to be accommodated. That's Clause A of the objective. Clause B talks about sustainable and approach to developing infrastructure on the ground. And Clause C is about minimising effects, particularly noise effects. It's Clause A that I'm particularly interested in, and the navigational evidence of yourself and Mr. Munro and Dr. Orchard will help the panel determine the answer to that reasonable necessity question. The planners will rely on that evidence, as will the panel. Mr Bonas believes the reasonable necessity case has been made. Mr Lyle and Mr Carlyon don't consider that the works designations have been demonstrated to be reasonably necessary, and we're waiting for an updated position from Ms Wilson from the council on that. So my question to you is, in light of that objective, particularly clause A, what is the need of a runway extension to the north to achieve that first limb? And the reason I say to the north is that the first line of that objective talks about a runway length extension. While it doesn't mention the north, the physical extent of the designation really signals that that extension will be to the north. In fact, the designation doesn't encompass an extension to the south.
Yes.
So that's my question. What, in your view, in aviation terms, what is the need for a northern extension to achieve the first limb of that objective, which is in two parts? The converse to that question is, why can the objectives be achieved without the designation extension? Now, I appreciate that's a reasonably large thesis, but that's really the guts of the issue in terms of the necessity question, and it's one that I've spelled out carefully because I know that the airport will want to respond to that,
Yes.
and as will too Ms Wilson. And I signalled last night also that a breakdown to that question might be what are the current problems, and to what extent would an extension alleviate or exacerbate those problems?
Let me answer it this way and see if this will answer your questions for you. The airport company outlines that they need to extend the runway to relieve the existing operational constraints on the current aircraft. If you're not going to build the runway for 15 or 20 years, that won't immediately relieve the operational constraints to date. As I said in my evidence, there is no evidence being presented to me or my team to indicate what the offloading of those aircraft are and what the limitations of those aircraft are. We know temperature's an issue and we know wind's an issue. And particularly, Nelson has 93 days or 94 days a year where there is no wind. So when there is no wind, it's difficult, or it takes a longer runway to take off when there is a wind, all right, compared to wind. The winds from the south are the strongest. So that's the preferred runway. In my 35 years of flying, if I was flying out of Nelson, I'd always choose wherever I could to go south. Do not fly towards the obstacles. All the procedures and all the operations assume that the aircraft are operating normal. That is, in a twin-engine aircraft, both engines are operating normal. When things aren't normal, and I should actually go back one step, all the procedures are designed by New Zealand Safety Authority in accordance with ICAO recommendations. And they are assuming that all engines are operating and the aircraft is normal. The designer cannot assume what the operational requirements are of a particular aircraft when things aren't normal. That is the operator's responsibility. I don't have detailed information of what Air New Zealand's requirements are for Nelson Airport, but going to the north, there's obstacles, and they need to consider what would happen if there's an engine failure and what's their course of action. So you're familiar with the airport, you've been there and you understand its operation. When you're taking off to the north, if you have a left-hand engine failure, your aircraft's going to go left. It's going to take you away from the terrain. If you have a right engine failure, your aircraft is going to go right, and you've got to arrest that. In my view, that, as I say again, going north is the wrong way for this runway. The other problem we've got is at the southern end, The instrument approach has got a long visual cue, and there's obviously lots of missed approaches that go on from that, as documented in the Air New Zealand letter. By taking the threshold further to the north, you increase that visibility requirement, and you'll increase with missed approaches, and also the minimum decision height is also increased. All right. Coming from the north into the south towards the runway, you're already 19 degrees off runway centreline. By going 370 metres to the north, your angle into approach is going to be a lot longer. Lot stronger. It's probably going to be 21, 22 degrees. The straighter you can get the approach, the more stable the approach will be, and there's less manoeuvring required. Right? The last thing you want to do is start, turning the aircraft steeply to come into approach. Right? The airlines have a requirement that, I don't know what Air New Zealand standards is, it'll probably be about 1,000 feet. It might even be lower than that, but they'll confirm that the approach is stable, and they'll continue the approach. If it's not stable, they'll go around. Right? I'm just trying to read here at the same time to make sure I answer your question, Commissioner.
Just before you...
Yep.
Excuse me. Just before you do, in terms of the risk that you've outlined, particularly in relation to that engine failure one.
Yes.
Right. Aren't they risks that exist presently?
They do. They do.
And
so typically when you're before takeoff, you'll have a brief with your other crew member if it's a multi-crew environment, and you'll determine what you'll do if there's an engine failure. You make that decision before you go.
Yes. And if the northern extension is enabled,
yes,
and it occurs sometime between that enablement and the planning period that enables it, 10, 20, 30 years, whatever, what happens to that degree of risk with that extension to the north?
Well, you're increasing the risk because you're getting close to the obstacles. That's my point. You're actually getting close to the obstacles, and probably one of the most critical aircraft operating out of Nelson is the King Air. The King Air, if you have an engine failure, you've got to arrest that aircraft very, very quickly, and if you don't, it'll be out of control.
Are they the Origin Air?
No, they're the air ambulance.
Air ambulance.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. So you've got to be very, very quickly. You don't have a lot of time to muck around. And of course, every second you're delaying, you're getting closer and closer to the obstacles.
What, I guess my secondary question then is, what confidence could the panel have if they were to approve the northern extension that these technical and operational issues and risks can be dealt with through another authority, namely the CAA? I mean, is there a role for the CAA?
Absolutely.
It's one thing for the panel to perhaps enable a runway extension. Can we do so safely in the knowledge that...
That's correct. The CAA will have a big input. That was other my point in my evidence, that Airbiz and the Airport Authority have not consulted with the CAA. Mr Munro confirmed that, because the planning study at this point in time, well, it's beyond the planning study as far as I'm concerned. When you do this planning for the runway extension, you would normally go through what I would call a proving phase. What are the fatal flaws, and can we actually implement the runway extension, and can we get CAA approval to do it? And they're the people that design the procedures.
Okay.
So that's very, very critical, you know.
Okay.
The other point I make is about the golf club. When you take off, you always have in the back of your mind, where am I going to go if something goes wrong? All right? The golf club provides that. Now, the Nelson Airport is an excellent airport. It's got RPT operations, it's got a flying training school, it's got helicopters, and it's got aeromedical and all that sort of stuff, and general aviation. That golf course serves, in my view, as an emergency area to put the aircraft down, coming off any runway to the north or going towards the east of the airport.
Okay. Really, thank you for that. That's been very helpful. In terms of the objective, we've really got two options in front of us in terms of assessing the reasonable necessity, and that is the do nothing option, which is to not extend or to extend the designation. The southern option is not on the table. Whether a hybrid option is on the table is a matter for debate. But in terms of those two options, what we need to understand is, in terms of the reasonable necessity test, is whether the do nothing option or the proposed northern extension best provides increased operational resilience and reliability, and best enables forecast demand and accommodated future aircraft types to be accommodated.
Righto. I'll comment first on the forecast demand.
Okay.
I've reviewed the forecast demand by the airport company and Airbiz, and I think it's robust. All right. I think the numbers look good. I don't understand Nelson in obviously detail, not being involved in the detail, but when I've looked at the numbers, I can't see anything wrong with the forecast, and it's got good growth. To give you an idea, I don't know any other airport other than one that's up in Toronto that has a population of over only 100,000 people and moves over 1 million people. I mean, that is excellent, you know, really good. Also in the forecast demand, I noticed that Airbiz have identified at some stage there might be jet operations in their forecast. Also Air New Zealand have said the same thing, that it might come in. What I'm saying now is when you put the stake in the ground where that threshold is going to be, that's going to be there for a long, long time. Now, the airport company at this point in time has said jets aren't on the horizon, and I understand that because of the existing constraints and the existing operations. But put yourself in a position, 30 years' time, 40 years' time, traffic will grow, demand will grow. The airport company has no control over what the airlines will buy. The airlines will buy an aircraft to suit their operation. And Nelson Airport is only one consideration in an aircraft selection. When I worked for Ansett, we bought the 737-200. We bought 12 aircraft. The showstopper for us was we could not operate into a lot of airports because it had high pressure tyres. Boeing, within 5 months, gave us a solution with low pressure tyres we could operate it. So there are options around that airlines will look for with the aircraft manufacturers. The other point I'll say about the forecast going forward, the stringent requirements for an aircraft in its performance, in climb and single engine performance, will be met by new generation aircraft. The regulators, particularly the FAA and the EASA from Europe, and the EASA is probably more stringent than FAA, will not compromise on the performance. So that gives you minimum requirements of what the climb gradients have to be and so forth. To give you an idea what that might look like, for a missed approach, the aircraft must climb at 3.4%, otherwise it can't be certified. So that is landing gear down, full flap, and it can only climb at 3.4%. The protection for the climb out on a missed approach is only 2.5%, so we're not talking a lot of space, right? It also might surprise you that the inner obstacle on a missed approach, you only need to clear it by 30 metres. That's how tolerant everything is. That's why you've got to be right on your numbers when you're flying on an instrument approach. The other thing, the standard also says, this might surprise you, a single engine climb out for an ATR or a Q400, Q300 only needs to meet 1.6%. Right? That's why your decision speed to get airborne needs to be made at the right time so you can maintain that speed. And I might just add that there's a couple of decision speeds that we make, but the first one is V1. V1 is a decision whether we go or we stop, and it's simple. If you can't go, you call stop. End of story. But once you get to V1, you must fly because you won't have the runway to stop in front of you.
Okay. Are you going to talk about, in terms of, my question is, can the existing runway accommodate the demand and the different types?
No.
Okay.
It needs to do something to demand. So when I say no, you could increase frequencies, right? But there's going to be a point where you won't be able to do it in frequencies. There's going to be a point where routes will demand so much traffic, you'll need to put on larger aircraft. And my point before I was saying about the jets is if the runway threshold moves north, you may limit this airport going forward in 20 or 30 years' time to be able to accommodate jets.
Yes. So what I'm hearing is that the way to accommodate demand is through larger aircrafts. Larger aircrafts need longer runways.
They will.
Yes.
Yeah, or frequency.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And sometimes you can't get the frequency.
Yes. Where does the type of aircraft fit into that equation in terms of the demand equation?
So Air New Zealand will select an aeroplane type for a certain route, and then they'll make sure the asset's available, and to make sure the network can accommodate it. Now, in some correspondence I've seen from Air New Zealand, they're saying that the early introduction of a jet, if it ever happens, would be on the Auckland route, and it's most likely first one out in the morning, last one in at night.
Okay. So what I'm hearing from you, Mr. Race, is that the current status quo is not optimal. There are problems with it. There are risks associated with it. There's a difficulty in meeting forecast demand in the future with the current alignment of the runway. Something has to change. But you have some concerns about the solution being offered, which is the northern.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's why I've suggested, you know, if the airport company and the Air New Zealand are saying is correct, they've got current issues, the way to solve that right now inside the boundary is to put the starters in.
Yep.
All right?
That's what I
That's quite
understood.
clear.
Okay. Look, that's been really useful. I've appreciated your answers. I don't have anything further.
That's incredibly helpful because you've taken it that sort of step further from
Yeah.
it not necessarily being proven for now,
Yeah.
but for the forecast growth, there is something that needs to be done,
Yeah.
and you're not satisfied that the suggestion
No,
is
I'm
the
not,
way to go.
I'm not satisfied the North solution is
And
the
I
right
did
one.
understand your information and your evidence about the starters, and you did take us through
Yes.
that yesterday as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
No,
that's
that's
covered
covered me as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We did a little bit of a, we left it to Mr. McMahon to ask the questions
Thank you.
we had for you, but I think that's very helpful. And I think what it's done is it's also hopefully provided the airport company with some clear matters that they can respond to. And so I'll probably recap on some of those later in the week. So thank you very much. Thank you,
All right,
Mr.
thank
Race.
you.
Much appreciated. And thank you to the beach camp for bringing this evidence to us, Mr. McFadden, because obviously, you know, otherwise these things are often, you know, we only have one expert who's brought matters to our attention, so it's quite nice to have particularly this type of information. It's incredibly helpful. So thank you, and thank you to the camp for that. And I do appreciate it doesn't come without cost, but thank you for that. So Mr. McFadden, is it now Mr. Stiles' turn? Right, thank you. You can swap places with Mr. Race, I think, Mr. Stiles. Welcome. You obviously got in on an airplane this morning.
Good morning. I got on an airplane last night.
Oh,
actually.
you came last night.
I
Actually,
did.
I think Mr. McFadden mentioned that. Now, just for your benefit, I don't know how much of this you've been able to watch online. I appreciate that's a bit difficult, and you know, costs tick away. We have obviously finished the airport company's case. We're now moved on to the beach camp, they're number 2. We have pre-read everything, including anything that's given to us. We try and do that overnight, like Mr. Race's summary last night. We've obviously read your evidence, we've read the joint witness statement. There's been a bit of and we've heard from Ms. Smith. So there's been a bit of conversation about that. We've heard from Mr. McFadden about the legal status of the camp, which we obviously need to ponder. We'd like to hear from the council about that. Because if it's lawfully established activities, which is really the point in your evidence, the permanent residential activities are lawfully established, then by virtue of the way that the designation is written, they would need to be subject to the mitigation package if they're within the contours, depending on which bits they're in. So that we get that, we understand that. That's something we need to contemplate and think about. We haven't yet decided whether we need to make a definitive ruling about that. So that just gives you a bit of a background to your evidence. Now, in terms of your evidence, obviously you don't need to introduce yourself. You don't need to go through your qualifications or the code of practice because we all know who you are. How do you want to? Have I got? Oh, you've got a summary. Beg your pardon.
I do. I can give you a
I
bit of
even
an
wrote
update.
my name on it. No, that's great. That was all I was. That's excellent. Thank you. So obviously the first bit you don't really need to take us through, but I'm going to leave it in your hands to take us through the bits and pieces that you think are the most relevant, and either have things taken as read or read them out in your hands. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give you a bit of an update on where I'm at.
Good.
I've had another hearing this week, which is still going on up in the Big Smoke, and I've got to go back tomorrow.
Yep.
It's been relatively busy, so
Yeah.
I haven't had a chance to watch as much of this hearing as I'd like.
That's okay.
I have read the legal submissions and Ms. Smith's summary statement and everything I can find that is relevant. And I've prepared a summary statement that I've tried to keep as short as possible.
Great.
I will take you through that.
Perfect.
Just on the status of I call it the long-term residents at the camp. I've not got into the argument about whether they're lawfully established well above my pay grade, but I have treated them as if they are, and I leave that decision to you.
Thank you.
So perhaps if you've got my summary statement there,
Yeah.
maybe I'll start at paragraph 4.
Yep.
So the noise JWS addresses a number of the matters raised in evidence. It was a very helpful day, but there was insufficient time to complete that discussion and the resolution of all of those matters. And the list of matters that is not covered is set out in section 3.3. The noise JWS records that the planners who were present said that they have sufficient guidance from the noise experts to proceed with their conferencing session. And in paragraph 6, I just make the point that there are still some matters outstanding that haven't been talked about. But the planning JWS does address the consenting status of ASAN inside the AECO. And I understand I haven't caught up with the latest from the planners, but I think it's in a state of flux at the moment. That whole
And Mr. Lyle circulated a useful table which summarises that.
yes.
And just so you know, we said this at the outset, and I think it's still the case, that our expectation is that we will adjourn the hearing on Friday for the purposes of getting a written reply from the airport company. But in addition to that, our expectation would be that the planning team, the planners, are likely to need to continue to confer with regard to some of the matters that were noted in the joint witness statement, and they indicated that they would welcome that opportunity.
That's
so,
right.
Thank you.
So just at paragraph 8, the noise joint witness statement does include some additional descriptions and commentary on many of the issues I raise in evidence, but overall I remain of the views set out in my EIC, Evidence in
you.
Chief. And now I've just got a summary of the issues that I think are left sort of in contention or unresolved. The first is the assessment of effects on the beach camp. So I think quite helpfully it's section 3.2F of the JWS. It's recorded that the noise experts, all of them, consider the noise effects on short-term visitors to the camp could be annoying and result in disruption and potential dissatisfaction with their experience at the camp. Ms. Smith records that the change in noise level arising from the runway extension will be imperceptible. Mr. Lloyd considers that the change will be slight. The JWS also records that all noise experts consider the noise effects on current long-term or permanent residents at the camp will be similar to the effects in the community generally, as if it was assessed as a residential area. So they are people just like us.
Yep.
There's no change. The increase in noise level arising from the runway extension is predicted to be around about plus 2 decibels at the camp. This is no doubt a small increase, but I don't consider that all small increases should be treated in any kind of dismissive way, or it's as imperceptible, therefore it's not worth worrying about. A 2 decibel increase in noise level may well be so small as to not cause any concern. In most cases, if the original noise level is low or moderate, say for example it went from 47 to 49, it wouldn't be too much of an issue. However, when the original noise level is already very high and the adverse effects on people are already becoming serious, in my view it becomes more appropriate to consider avoiding even that small increase. In my view, the additional 2 decibels of exposure arising from the extension to the north will increase noise levels that are already very high in many areas, and the increase also comes with expanded contours that have restrictive land use controls associated with them. So in my view, the issue is more than just adding 2 dB, whether that is slight or imperceptible I think is a lesser concern. I think it's worsening an already serious adverse effect, and it's expanding very restrictive noise-related land use controls across new areas of land, and those changes can be avoided. As I set out in my evidence in chief, Nelson Airport have not assessed the effects on the specific activities at the camp and on the amenity values of the open space areas and beaches inside the operative and proposed noise control boundaries. I consider that I wonder if I just might skip these couple of paragraphs and take them as read, because they are in my evidence in chief in the summary section.
Yeah, thank you.
Just for
Thank you very much.
efficiency.
Yep.
Down to 19, paragraph 3.5 of Ms. Smith's summary statement records her views that, essentially in relation to the event centre, if windows are closed, the noise levels from aircraft are unlikely to disrupt amplified speech inside the event centre, but unamplified speech would need to be raised, would need to be a raised voice level. With windows open, unamplified speech would need to pause for several seconds during the peak of the event. I agree that that accurately characterises the effects at the event centre. I reiterate the points made in my evidence in chief that the airport have not assessed the effect on amenity values as is required by the New Zealand standard, other than Ms. Smith's brief comment in the JWS that aircraft noise could be annoying and result in disruption and potential dissatisfaction with the customer's experience at the camp. I remain of the view that a more detailed assessment on the short-term and long-term effects of noise on the TBC would have been particularly important at the MCA stage, as well as for determining whether the proposed designation conditions and plan change provisions are adequate. Just on the topic of an assessment of a part north, part south option, I remain of the view that a part north, part south option would have been useful to assess. I think it's likely that such an option would have reduced the noise levels to the north, but would also have reduced the extent of the A and B and the associated land use restrictions that come with it, so that they don't intrude into the camp. I appreciate that's a much bigger question than just noise, obviously.
Yeah. Thank you.
On the certainty of scheduled passenger jets, I want to make the point here that I understand there are jets coming and going from the airport now, but they're relatively small.
Yep.
And they don't generate the noise effects that a larger passenger jet would. I don't take issue with those small aircraft. It is the proposition of larger passenger jets becoming a regular feature that concerns me. Paragraph 3.2d of the JWS recorded that I sought more information from the airport to understand how the location of the air noise boundary as a noise limit would preclude Code C jets from taking off at the airport. The JWS records that the noise experts undertook to engage on this issue offline, but I didn't receive anything from the airport. Ms Smith's summary statement very briefly addresses this issue in her paragraph 2.7. She states that Airbus say that A320 size jets could not take off on the proposed runway without using the Reza as a starter extension. This means it would not be possible for such jets to operate without breaching the air noise boundary, which is modelled based on ATA aircraft with a different starter roll position for takeoffs. Further, the airport has been clear that the proposed runway extension is not sought to cater for jets. In my view, this statement does not demonstrate that Code C jets cannot take off at the airport without exceeding the A and B limits. And it's that demonstration that I was after in the in the joint witness statement. So I still think that it would be helpful for the airport to demonstrate that. That could be done between Ms Smith and I with some diagrams potentially.
Yep. Thank you.
Alternatively, a condition could be attached to the designation that precludes regular scheduled passenger jet services. And I leave it to the panel to decide which option provides sufficient certainty that those passenger jets won't become a feature. Noise limits for compass swing testing. Ms Smith deals with the issue of compass swing noise in her evidence in chief and summary statement. I disagree with her assessment of the effects. In summary, I consider the noise effects will be significant. Ms Smith comments on my calculations of the number of permissible tests in paragraphs 3.7 to 3.10 of her. That should read summary statement. She states that I've made an error in my calculations, and you may recall that
Yep.
in my evidence I think I came up with 600 and something rather tests would be permissible under that set of 4 noise limits. Prior to finalising my evidence in chief, I had asked Mr Lloyd to check those calculations, and he came up with the same number that I did.
Yep.
He confirmed that verbally during the expert conferencing session, so I say there's no error. Rather, the difference in the calculation of permissible number of tests seems to be due to the different way that Ms Smith and I have averaged the daily noise levels. Ms Smith has used the logarithmic average, and Mr Lloyd and I used an arithmetic average as stated in the standard. The standard simply says the LDN levels are to be averaged over a variety of stated timeframes, whether it be several days or several months or longer. It does not state that the logarithmic average should be used, that Ms Smith has.
Yeah, she did actually, I think she actually did say what she thought the difference was, which is consistent with what you've said.
That's right.
Yeah, thank you. But she doesn't go on to say what you say, which is, you know, what the standard specifically actually says, so thank you for that.
So that's right, and at paragraph 34 I just make the point there that Mr Lloyd and I both calculated roughly the same number, there's rounding error, but roughly the same number of permissible compass swing tests just using the plain text of the standard.
Yep.
So at 36, I accept in principle Ms Smith's proposition in her summary statement to clarify how that averaging should be performed, and that will standardise the way that it's done so that we should all get the same answer. But even so, paragraph 37, I remain of the view that the complex set of noise limits for compass swing testings is unclear, uncertain, and it's unable to be monitored by anyone but the airport. I think that a simple set of controls with a number of permissible tests per year, time of day, noise level during the test, and a duration limit or noise limit that limits the duration, to be a simple, clear and certain set of controls that the airport neighbours and the council can monitor and I think importantly, I haven't written it here, but understand as well. Ms. Smith's summary statement records that the airport has agreed to a limit of 29 tests per annum. This appears to be, to me, at least an arbitrary number that seems to be based on the historical maximum of 23 tests per annum plus an allowance for some more. In my view, up to 29 compass swing tests conducted predominantly in the summer evenings, as I understand it from the evidence, lasting 60 to 90 minutes each and generating noise levels up to 80 decibels at the closest houses, is a significant adverse effect in its own right. All the noise experts agree that the effects of this testing will be substantial or significant, and words of that nature. I don't consider that it's reasonable, including as a cumulative effect on the noise from aircraft operations. I think there's some text in Mr. Lloyd's evidence and review and in my evidence in chief that describes what that 80 odd decibels is like. It's a big number
Yep.
for a sustained period of time. Engine testing noise. Ms. Smith has provided me with some predicted noise level contours for engine testing following the conferencing. Those contours demonstrate the noise levels easily reach 60 to 65 decibels, LAEQ 15 minutes, in many parts of the residential communities to the north, east and south of the airport. I consider noise levels this high at night will wake most people from sleep or adversely affect their sleep quality. It also demonstrates how liberal the 45 decibel 9-hour LAEQ limit is, and that's just because it's averaged over 9 hours, but the engine test is probably going to only be a much shorter time.
Yep.
So despite the numerical limit looking pretty low at 45, the long averaging period allows much higher levels of noise for that period of engine testing, which could be well into the normal hours of sleep at night. And I understand that that is already in the plan. So at paragraph 47, I just make the point that I think that's an important factor in the overall assessment of the cumulative noise effects.
Yes. Mr. Stiles, yes, if you don't mind me interrupting, just a question at this
Sure.
point. To what extent will engine testing, noise from engine testing, differ from the current situation with the northern extension? Is the northern extension going to change the nature of effects in any respect?
I understand that it won't change it.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. What about the same question in relation to compass swing?
I don't think the runway extension will change the level of effect from that, but there is a change, if you like, because at the moment it's unregulated. There's no rule or designation condition that controls it in any way.
Right. No, that's right. We heard that yesterday.
Yeah, and now there will be. So the status of it currently is I don't understand, and I don't understand whether it even is permitted. It
Right.
probably is because no one's taken issue with it.
Let's assume it is.
Let's assume it is. Yep. That doesn't necessarily make it reasonable, in my view. I think that the proposed provision now to authorise, or the proposed, it is provision, airport zone provision, to authorise up to arising from this process.
Yes.
Yeah.
Neither the compass swing testing or the engine testing will bring the noise source closer to residential properties, will they? But they will perhaps increase the quantum and the duration of those occurring, presumably. Is that the issue?
That's the issue.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
So-
I should have asked this question much earlier, and I apologise that I haven't. What is compass swing testing? What's your understanding of what it is?
My understanding is that every 3 years, all aircraft, I'm pretty sure it's all aircraft, have to have their compasses calibrated.
Yes.
And they have to run the aircraft with everything going to make sure that there's no mechanical or electrical interference. So that's full power and all the lights are on and it's all go. And then the aircraft has to move through a variety of compass points.
Yeah.
And it has to be calibrated. And that can take, as I understand it, 45 to 60 minutes. And if
Right.
it passes, that's great. If it needs an adjustment, then there'll be a rundown of everything. It'll be
Sure.
adjusted, and then it'll be repeated again.
Yeah, and presumably that can be done on the apron or whatever.
I understand it's done just south of the main building.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I think we saw
We
that.
saw
I saw
that.
that on the site
Yeah,
visit. Yes.
yeah,
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you for your indulgence with that interruption.
I should say I've never been in an aircraft when it comes to swing
I don't
test.
think they do it with people on board.
and my answer may need checking with an aviation expert, but I think that's the basics of it.
Yeah, engine testing usually often happens when you're in the aircraft, end of the day, but I've never been in an aircraft that's done a compass swing either. Thank you.
I think the engine testing that I talk about at paragraphs 43 to 47 is different to what's done
I
when
think
you're
it
in the
is. I
aircraft.
think that's done on the apron is where we saw. Yeah.
We saw a structure that was built by containers with hay bales and black covering that the aircraft back into.
That we
That's
were
right.
told that they use it for that purpose.
Yep.
Thank
So
you.
that's the aircraft. That's the engine noise testing I'm talking
Yes,
about. There.
yes.
Yep.
I think that's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think an aircraft could do a 360 spin in that space. Yeah. Thank you.
So para 48. So in my evidence in chief, I raised the uncertainty of SEL, the single event noise predictions, and this issue is relevant to understanding the effects, really. And I think Ms. Smith sets out in her evidence in chief that the single event noise predictions are only useful for the type of aircraft you model. And
Yep.
as soon as that changes, the single event noise levels can change as well.
So that comes back to your jet comment. Yep.
Predominantly the jets, that's right.
Yeah.
So at 48, I say this issue is mainly resolved if the panel has certainty that the Code C or similar passenger jets do not become a feature at the airport. That ultimate certainty on that could be achieved by a condition that simply precludes them. And at 49, I just reiterate the point I just made that those SEL predictions are only for ATR aircraft that we have, and single event noise levels could change if or when the fleet changes. So reliance on those predictions, contours, is uncertain. I think they just need to be treated with a bit of caution. They're only good for the current fleet, or they're only good for ATRs, in fact, being the noisiest regular aircraft at the airport at the moment. So just on the nighttime period and the designation conditions being too short, this is a bit like engine testing. I appreciate that there's already a 6-hour, I suppose, respite period in the plan that prevents particularly noisy aircraft from then taking off. But this goes to the assessment of cumulative effects.
Yep.
So Ms. Smith addresses this issue in her summary statement at her paragraphs 2.8 to 211. And I just wanted to dwell on that a little. Her paragraph 2.8 states that the references I provided in my evidence in chief to the Ministry of Health websites and some overseas research do not state there should be no noise for 8 hours at night. That is true. Those guidelines that I've referenced there are recommendations for adequate sleep. And those references I provided recommend, in general terms, it varies by age and things, but generally that people should get 8 hours of sleep in a 24-hour period. And they include in there, including nap times during the day. I'd love that. I don't have a nap during the day. I don't think most people do. If people are woken from their sleep, it stands to reason that the 8-hour recommendation may not be met. I think that's relatively obvious.
Yep.
I've reproduced the relevant part of Table 5.1 of the World Health Organization night noise guidelines below. So this describes the onset of effects at different L max levels as
Yep.
the aircraft flies over. And I just want to stress here that this is the onset of effects. This isn't necessarily what is reasonable. This is
Yep.
where effects begin.
Yep.
The bottom row of that table includes waking up in the night and or too early in the morning at an LA max level of 42 decibels inside.
Yep.
I expect the indoor L max noise levels in units and sleeping rooms at the camp and in many houses north of the airport to be in the range of 50 to 75. So we're well into that awakening territory from those single events.
Yep.
So I really just want to make the point, I think that adequately demonstrates that a single noisy aircraft movement will be likely to have adverse effects on sleep, including awakenings. I'll just break away from my summary statement here. When we look at the long-term averages and the long-term data and LDN levels, that is also very relevant. That takes into account the fact that there will be changes in sleep patterns and awakenings and all these things. And you arrive at, you come up the scale of the percentage of people that are affected, and you stop part way up and say that's roughly where the effects become unacceptable. Above that, we don't want to tolerate. That's not to say that effects don't exist below that, and that's the point I'm making here, is that these effects will exist. So if the window for no high noise events is only 6 hours per night, then achieving 8 hours of sleep each night becomes difficult and perhaps impossible. I understand at the moment that the flights are from 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. is only 2, but that will increase to 8.
Yep.
And that at the moment there is generally only 1 or 2 scheduled flights that may arrive after 10 o'clock. I'm unsure of what the forecast looks like between 10 and midnight for the future.
Yep.
And I'm unsure whether or not even a midnight sort of curfew, if you like. I know that's not quite the right word, but the midnight curfew is in fact too late, and it could actually be brought a lot earlier, maybe to 10 or 11, without impacting the airport.
Yep.
And that could be for scheduled flights, accepting that
There are emergencies.
weather or
Yep.
breakdowns or
Yep.
whatever that
And
might
I don't
result
think they
in.
apply to the air ambulance either. Yep.
That's right.
Yep.
56, Ms. Smith states that the average L night levels in the communities around the airport will be between the WHO target of 40 decibels and a higher level of 55 decibels, L night. At paragraph 211, Ms. Smith states, in my opinion, the combination of the proposed mitigation program, the midnight to 6 a.m. restriction and the LDN noise contours provide a suitable balance to manage noise effects without restricting airport efficiency. And I've just underlined those last 4 words. I don't consider it's within the expertise of an acoustics expert to weigh sleep disturbance effects against the airport efficiencies. This just stuck out to me when I read it. Acoustic experts aren't qualified to understand or consider the importance of the efficient operation of an airport. Our job is, mainly and in summary, to report on the noise effects and have input into the appropriate controls. And that's to make sure they're technically workable.
So just cutting through that, your view or your evidence is that you think if I just get rid of the words without restricting airport efficiency, the proposed mitigation program, which you make comments on shortly and in your evidence, and something like a 10 to 10, well 10:30ish, that 8 hour to 11 to 6 a.m. Restriction is the answer. So rather than just completely the balance is the bit you have a concern with. Yeah.
Just in terms of that opinion that Ms. Smith makes at her 211,
Yeah.
it just seems that the acceptance of the 6 hour window
Yeah.
is balanced with allowing the airport to operate efficiently
So
And
your view is to push it out to as close to 8 hours is the answer.
I think that would be ideal.
Yeah, that's okay. No, I'm just making sure I've got that correct.
I accept that 6 hours is operative, so that makes it tricky. Yeah.
No, thank you.
But nevertheless, even if it stays 6 hours or it ends up at 7 or whatever, that is still shorter than 8, and I think that's a matter for the assessment of the cumulative
That's
noise
a noise
effects.
issue rather than an efficiency issue. Yep, gotcha. Okay.
So 59, I think this is obvious now. I remain of the view that the 6 hour window prohibiting aircraft noise over 95 decibel DCL
Sorry, I preempted you. Yep, thank you.
is too short. You're exactly right, especially in the context of the Plan Change 30 provisions that do not have specific provisions for mitigating nighttime effects. The treatment program is quite broad. The Plan Change provisions are quite broad. They talk about LDN over a long period of time. Paragraph 2.10 of Ms. Smith's summary statement essentially supports that and says that the treatment program is not aimed at nighttime effects. It is aimed at a broader level of effect, a more averaged level of effect, if you like. So I've already made the point in paragraph 60 that changing this window to 8 hours might be challenging in this process given the 6 hour window is already operative. However, the effects of the short 6 hour window should be considered in the overall assessment of cumulative effects arising from the proposal, and in particular the proposal to increase noise levels to the north. Paragraph 62, Ms. Smith's evidence addresses nighttime effects in more detail than the noise assessment, which is very helpful. I maintain my disagreement with her overall finding that the levels are reasonable, and that is mainly because of the short nighttime period that I've just talked about. I think we've already covered this briefly too. The single proposed overlay is too broad, and the non-complying status for new ASAN is unreasonable, primarily a planning matter with some acoustic input. I understand that the planners have been considering these issues. There's been some shift. I'll leave that to the planners.
Thank you.
So, just on this topic of the airport not offering to acoustically treat houses between 55 and 60 dB LDN contours, I remain of the view that there is a significant inconsistency in the way the airport are treating new activity sensitive to aircraft noise and existing activity sensitive to aircraft noise in that band between 55 and 60 decibels. And I remain of the view set out in my evidence in chief. I consider that a reasonable indoor noise level is 40 decibels LDN, and that this should be achieved for all activities sensitive to aircraft noise inside the 55 contour. I consider it likely that there will be many existing activities sensitive to aircraft noise inside the contour that will not achieve this and should be acoustically treated. Just repeat a point I made in evidence in chief that Ms. Smith states Mr. Lloyd appears to be seeking a technically perfect set of controls, which is aiming at the same thing I am, and rejects that approach because it comes at the expense of concision and clarity. But she doesn't set out what those expenses are, how significant they are, and whether they outweigh the advantages of the quality of outcomes that they might achieve. The acoustic mitigation plan limited to dwellings, not all ASAN. I remain of the view that the AMP should apply to all activities sensitive to aircraft noise, not just dwellings. Ms. Smith states that in her summary statement, short-term visitors are transient and the effects are not the same as for permanent residents. I agree that short-term visitors will not experience the same chronic annoyance and health effects that a long-term resident might. I'll set that out in evidence in chief. But I consider that Ms. Smith's view ignores the potential effect on the operators of the short-term accommodation who may suffer a loss of business from bad reviews and customer dissatisfaction arising from the higher noise level. Annual aircraft noise contour based on previous year, not the forecast year. Mr. Lloyd's raised the same concern. We both think it should be based on the forecast year and not the previous year. This is how a lot of airports work. I maintain my view that AANC and trigger for offering acoustic treatment should be based on the forecast year ahead. I think that's particularly relevant for the extension because that will result in a bit of a step change. Noise monitoring mitigation plan implementation too late. So I think the duration is 12 months for when that I'm going to call it the management plan because I can't say that.
No, that's fine.
Should be prepared and implemented. I understand that there has to be adequate time for consultation with the various stakeholders. I leave those considerations to the panel. But my key concern is that there must be some adequate transitional provisions in place during that 12-month period, particularly if there is a step change in effect arising from a runway extension, to ensure that all noise monitoring and reporting functions are maintained and that all airport noise is properly managed in the interim period. It might be possible to have the management plan developed and certified before parts of the designation that authorise more noise are given effect to, or there might be some similar way to manage the transition. In conclusion, overall, I consider the adverse noise effects arising from the cumulative effects of all airport noise on many parts of the community are already quite serious. I consider they're so serious that adding to the effects by authorising more noise from compass swing testing, higher noise levels to the north from the runway extension and the other minor increases or increase in flexibility and the plan change provisions proposed would result in significant noise effects, including on the amenity of the recreational spaces at the beach and the camp. And I think I've already said this, but I consider the residents of the camp should be treated in the same way as any other resident affected by aircraft noise, subject, of course, to that legal determination.
Thank you. I just have one question for you because I think that's been very helpful and you've landed it exactly where I wanted you to, which is to respond to what we've heard already and respond, meaningfully to what we've been told. We have asked this question before, and we did ask, I think, Ms. Smith and some others. Given your knowledge and understanding of the way noise mitigation packages work, and we know they're difficult even with standard residential properties sometimes to retrofit those properties to make them fit for purpose. Do you, given your understanding of the way the permanent residents at the motor camp, the type of occupation they occupy, do you think there's going to be some quite significant practical difficulties in putting in place a mitigation package that's actually going to work to the level that you think it will need to work?
I think that the vast majority of the treatment that is required will be straightforward.
Yep.
It will require the ability for the occupants of those habitable spaces to maintain a decent temperature in the summer months without windows open, so that's air conditioning, and then a fresh air exchange, the ability to exchange
Which
fresh
is
air.
also air conditioning, well, not heat,
It's slightly different. A traditional heat pump with an indoor and an outdoor unit doesn't introduce fresh air.
Gotcha.
And I've worked a lot with mechanical ventilation specialists over the last few years on this issue, and you need a fresh air supply to remove CO2 and to remove moisture and other contaminants from cooking and all the rest of it. So that it essentially becomes a bit of a trickle of air over time, especially at night. That's necessary. And I guess the challenge with that is, especially in the winter, you're introducing cold air, so you need to heat it, which is the opposite of in summer, where we're trying to cool it. So that would be the solution for, I think, the majority of them, be relatively straightforward. There will be some that are will be quite challenging. And it may be that the answer could be to shift them out of away from the highest noise areas in the camp, if that's where they are,
Yeah.
there could be a few different solutions there other than simply adding plywood and roof and jib and the
Yeah.
rest of it to make it work.
No, thank you. But I suspect that, well, that can happen even with standard residential properties in any event where due to the nature of the builds, they're difficult to do some of these things too. Okay.
That's right.
Thank you. That was the only question I had. Lindsay?
Thank you, Mr. Stiles. I also found your evidence very helpful, and it's very, very pertinent to what we need to consider and what the key areas of contention are. In your last response in terms of mitigation packages, the permanent residents at TBC, when we went on our site, was that there seems to be a little bit of variety of residence types. Quite a few caravans with where an awning would be. There's some form of lightweight structure attached to them. It seemed to be the predominant one. There's also, if you like, portable or relocatable buildings in there. So you're saying that a caravan can be acoustically mitigated to get to the 40 dBA internal?
That's
Without, potentially having to do something major to the structure of it?
Those are the units that I would say are at the more challenging end of the spectrum, for sure. And I don't think there's anything you could do with an awning, for example. I just don't think you could get there. Caravans vary in terms of their build quality and insulation values. Some may just scrape in, some may not. I accept that it might be difficult to introduce the mechanical ventilation and cooling to those caravans because it can change their sort of status, because I understand they have to still be towed, and that's why many of them still have couplings on. So that could get complicated, and I haven't gone right into how hard that would be.
No.
But they could be challenging.
But it would be fair to say that of the existing permanent accommodation, as we now know it, that there's probably more challenging ones than not challenging ones, isn't there?
It depends where in the camp.
Yes,
you're
yeah.
looking, of course, but
The
for
more
sure.
southerly ones are more exposed than the ones which are further to the north.
That's right.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Few points on your summary statement. Your evidence basically says that, well, there's a whole lot of factors in terms of noise which are happening at the moment. There's already an existing high noise environment. When you add the engine testing and the compass swings and the moving it further to the north, that is just going to make it that much, an already bad situation, a little bit worse. So
That's right.
therefore we should try and look at methods to reduce the bad situation in the first place. Do you feel that where you've got to with the joint witness statement is, there seems to be some disagreement of fact and degree within that. Do you think it is worthwhile to see whether there is any further middle ground between the acoustic experts to get to the point where there can be a reasonable amount of agreement?
Yeah. Yep. I think it would be potentially challenging. I think we could have the conversation, but I think maybe the questions would need to be carefully prepared so that conversation remains focused and gives you the answers that you want. And I think one of the issues that I see is it's quite easy to sort of compartmentalise the different noise generating activities and say we can manage each one of them with noise limits and treatment programs and contours that have land use controls associated with them. But what is that like as a neighbour of the airport? And it will change depending on where you live. I think that's the bigger question that might be helpful to ask of us and to see where we can get agreement on.
That's helpful. In terms of your recommendation or your view, there should be mitigation available in between the 50 and 60 dBA. Do you know elsewhere in the country, because airport noise is not a new issue in New Zealand, is there, do you know of any other places in New Zealand which offer acoustic mitigation between 55 and 60?
Not where the airport offers it, no. But the discrepancy still exists in many cases around the country where you've got the airport offering treatment between 60 and 65, and then new or altered dwellings in the 55 to 60 have to do their treatment, but anything that is existing does not.
Yeah.
Okay. So what you're suggesting would be a new in the New Zealand context approach then?
I've suggested it as an option to mitigate the cumulative effect, to think about, not necessarily as, in this case, I think the airport should absolutely be offering treatment to all houses inside the 50. It's one of a range of options that might be available. And if the airport were to say, all right, we'll offer to treat all houses between 55 and 65, it would be new for an airport to offer to do that between 55 and 60.
Okay, thank you. Scheduled passenger jets, you think it's as simple as getting down to a condition saying that there shall not be any scheduled passenger jets? Because I think that the point has been made before that it's not the airport which is going to determine the fleet which comes in. And could there be a condition which requires an obligation on a third party? Is it used anywhere else in terms of New Zealand or elsewhere? If you know of any examples elsewhere that there is a ban on jets, if you like, a ban on passenger jets.
That sort of condition would, you talk about it being imposed on a third party essentially. That exists here anyway because of the things like the 95 decibel curfew. So there are conditions of that nature that control the way aircraft fly in and out anyway. So it seems to me that a condition prohibiting jets wouldn't be stepping outside of that situation. Am I aware of a condition that it prohibits jets at other airports? No, I'm not. But there are other ways of controlling it, such as with noise limits that they simply can't exceed. And that's the point I make in my summary statement, is that I had hoped that we would be able to, or the airport would be able to demonstrate with some diagrams and say, well, here's the contour for a jet taking off. It would blow the AMB out of the water if it did it more than twice a week or something like that. I don't know what the numbers are. It may be that the airport could demonstrate that and say, here's the contour of one taking off. You could only do that twice. For example, I'm picking that number out of the air, in a month before the noise limits are exceeded. If that were to be the case, then I think that the noise limits provide a decent degree of certainty that you can't have jets as a regular feature.
Okay, and that's over the averaging and also the single event as well?
No single event.
No single event.
During between 6 a.m. and midnight, there is no single event control. which is the heart of my original concern. So we're relying on this 3-month LDN
Yeah,
to control what could be a small number of jets.
okay. Your para 37 in your summary statement. You remain of the view that the complex set of noise limits is unclear, uncertain and unable to be monitored. And you go on to explain some of the reasons why, but I guess I get a little bit lost about what would be your view about making them clear, making them certain, and for there to be monitored by others apart from Nelson
Sure.
Airport.
So, setting aside my view that the effect of that much noise is unreasonable or significant, let's say you were of a mind to recommend that be authorised, and you asked me what sort of controls might be appropriate. The proposed set has 4 noise limits. A 15-minute noise limit, which is easy. A 15-hour noise limit, which is still relatively straightforward to measure and understand. And then a 3-month average, and then a 12-month average. Now it's those last two that actually provide the limit on the number of compass swing tests you can do, which is an important factor in the effects. You can only determine compliance with those if you know what you're doing. It would require the likes of Ms. Smith, Mr. Lloyd, or myself, or someone that has a spreadsheet with all the formulas in it to do that automatically for you. That's the bit I find too uncertain and unclear. I'm happy with the first 2 noise limits, the 15
Yep.
and the 15 minute and the 15 hour. I think the bottom 2 should be dropped and substituted with the number of tests.
Okay, so it's purely a numbers thing.
Number and timing.
And timing. Do you think position on the airfield where these things actually occur would help as well? Is there some place which is as far as feasibly away from any residential receptors or any sensitive receptors? Would that presumably would help?
The answer to that question might overlap with an aviation expert who would understand how much room is required.
I'm aware of that.
Yep.
From an aviation perspective, they need to be, if they're going to be done, they need to be done in the right place so it doesn't interfere with other things. So
That's
I'm
right.
familiar with that too.
And I understand that where they are done is the right place. So there's not much that can be done about where that happens, as I understand it.
Okay. Engine testing it's been an issue in a number of other airports in New Zealand, and it seems to me, on the face of it, that the approach from Nelson Airport is quite consistent with others. Would that be true?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. In your table under 52, I didn't know what motility is. Biological motility. Can you help me with what that is? It's not a term I've seen before.
It's a medical term essentially that is measured by instrumentation attached to you when you sleep, and there's all sorts of sleep studies that go on all over the world for all sorts of different reasons. Noise exposure is just one. When someone that is sleeping is exposed to noise at different levels, they may be disturbed by that. Their sleep pattern changes. They move, roll over, whatever it is. Heart rate changes. These are changes in motility. So it's not necessarily awakening, and that's an important thing because sleep disturbance effects don't exist before someone self-reports it often well before. And these biological, medical ways of measuring it's really helpful.
Okay, no, that's helpful, thank you for that. If you like I'm going to call it curfew, but you know what I mean, it's got another term, basically.
I've used the same word loosely.
Yeah, I know in Wellington they talk about the curfew, and what can occur, and it's obviously penalised if you get in terms of the noise calculations if you to fly within those periods. From my reading of the schedules that there are currently, there's not a lot happens after 10 at night.
That's my understanding.
Yeah, and there is, and as you rightly said, I think, and the airport company has said there's currently 2 movements from between 6 and 7 and so forth. It seems like it's a fairly common window though, isn't it, for airports to look at the midnight to 6 a.m. to being that, because you do get the odd late flight coming in. I know with international flights, for example, particularly trans-Tasman flights in Wellington, they go over and back in a day, so they have to have a really early flight, and they have to have one which comes in at night.
That's right.
So in terms of the function of Nelson Airport as a regional airport, do you think that extending it to 8 hours is actually going to be practical? It's probably a question for that the airport will be answering, but because the simple way is if there is a condition on it which says you can't fly normal operations between that 8-hour period, but if there is a reason not, I guess the question is it from a noise perspective a reasonable thing to have an increased curfew? It would get good benefits by providing an increased curfew.
Yeah, that's right. I think there's three parts to my answer. I'll keep it brief. Yes, I think that turning that into 8 hours, ideally, instead of 6, would deliver some good benefit, especially into the future. Not so much now, but especially into the future when those number of night flights are forecast to increase. Can the airport live with it? That's a question for the airport.
Okay.
I don't know that answer.
All right, fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Stiles. I have nothing further.
Thank you. And I don't think Mr. McMahon has any.
I don't have anything, Mr. Stiles, but conscious of your comments about whether there might be any utility and any further conferencing. We'll think about that. We'll reflect on that.
And I agree with you that any further conferencing that takes place, whoever does it, probably does need some clarity from us, because it can't be as long as a piece of string. But thank you for coming, and thank you for your summary statement, and thank you for your answers to questions. Much appreciated. Now, just Mr. McFadden, just in terms of timing, we are due to break at 11:15, but what I'm going to suggest we do, I'm very conscious that we need to keep moving, and the golf club in particular has some time constraints later in the day, and we've got other submitters coming in between. I'm going to suggest we keep going with Mr. Lyle, and we will just delay the morning tea till after he's finished, is our plan. Because I would quite like for the camp package to all be presented, as closely together as we can. So we're still thinking about all of those things. So that's my plan. If you could, we'll just move on to Mr. Lyle. Thank you, Mr. Stiles. And Mr. Lyle doesn't need to move anywhere. Well, he might need to move closer to the microphone, actually. Thank you. And just while you're doing that, Mr. Lyle, thank you for that email you sent with regard to those provisions in the plan that came last night, I think chapters 3 and chapters 11. Thank you for the table that we got this morning, which Harry has kindly printed out for us. So we've got that, which is very helpful. And thank you for your summary statement that I've just been presented with. You know the drill, you've been here for a couple of days, so in your hands in terms of how you want to
Thank you.
proceed. What I'm going to do, just I'm signalling this as much for you as I am to my colleagues. I am we've talked about the planning issues. I'm going to leave the two planners to ask the questions that they have of you. Rather, I might make a couple of comments, but don't take that as anything other than we've just divvied up the job. So thank you.
No problem. I'm very aware of the time constraints, so I'll go as quickly as I can.
Thank you.
You should now have my summary statement, which I will
Yes, I
read,
do.
but I'll skim where I can.
Yeah, just tell us to take things as read if you wish. I don't need to know who you are and what your qualifications are, etc. That's
probably
fine.
just in paragraph 2. Obviously, I've made it clear that I am a member of the Nelson Golf Club as well.
Yes.
But
yes.
also, I've got my wife and I have a close friend who lives at the camp.
Yes.
And so I've made mention of that there.
That's fine. Thank you very much.
In terms of the joint witness processes, obviously from paragraph 4, I've set out my involvement in that respect over numerous days over the last 2 weeks.
Yes.
So then over the page into the planning JWS processes, paragraphs 8 and 9 just set out in summary, what we achieved over those days. Obviously very helpful, I think, for this process to narrow the issues and get some of the mechanical things out of the way.
And that there is likely to be some more. And as I said, we will be quite directing what we'd like to hear in that regard. So you'll have some more homework after the hearing adjourns.
From paragraph 11, my evidence in chief in part B provides an explanation as to the planning framework of the NRMP as it applies to the beach camp. I note that no other planning evidence has been prepared on this relevant matter,
Correct.
as both the section 42A and the airport simply refer to that as being a legal matter. Now, I have seen since writing this Mr Bonus's summary,
Correct.
which where he touches on that, what he says is the non-complying activity status. So I wouldn't say now there's nothing, but I'd say not quite the planning assessment that I provided.
Thank you.
The airport's legal interpretation of those activities listed in the plan, in the reserve management plan, have no resource management basis with respect to their reference in schedules CR7 and CG2, as the ternary reserve is not gazetted, and hence the reserve management plan not approved under the Reserves Act. My difficulty with this interpretation is set out in the subsections below.
Yeah.
It was prepared in 2004 in accordance with the process set out in the Reserves Act. Now, just breaking from my written text here, on page 7 of the Reserve Management Plan has a specific sentence that, quote, says, follows the process of plan preparation prescribed in accordance with the Reserves Act 1977.
Yes.
So it's actually a little bit better or more clear than just follow the process. It followed the prescribed process
Yeah.
in accordance with the Reserves Act. In 2004, the Reserve Management Plan openly acknowledged that the reserve was not gazetted from the outset. It was openly, obviously that's a fact. And in 2004, the Reserve Management Plan openly acknowledges that there were 37 permanent residential sites within the beach camp with no question as to their legal status. And I would say no question until as late as the last couple of years, 2.5 years.
Yeah, that's what I understand too. Thank you.
After going through the full community engagement process set out in the Reserves Act, in 2004 the Council, on behalf of the community, and I should say that involved iwi and other numerous stakeholders in a multidisciplinary approach with Boffin Miskell's assistance, decided to provide for up to 100 permanent residential sites in the village. Now, this morning, I also sent via Harry a copy of Figure 3 of the Reserve Management Plan via email.
Yes.
I did that because I noticed
sorry,
it wasn't.
we probably got that. Thank you.
I noticed that it wasn't within the back of the attachment to my evidence. I've done that because in the reserve management plan, it breaks down the various specific areas and has different objectives and directions about how those areas to be managed in the long term. And the motor camp management area is the area that we're referring to, and that's the specific provisions I refer to relate to the where the additional permanent residence up to 100 is referenced in the back of the plan.
Yep, I confirm, we definitely got that, thank you.
So the council has supported the permanent village at the beach camp for many years, with it also actively directing some residents to the camp, with one high-profile case that took considerable public funds, and also the passing of a new bylaw, I recall. In 2023, the former Divisional Manager of Planning at Council, Mr Bush King, gave his own interpretation and considers the emphasis on whether an activity is listed in the RMP, not whether the land is vested under the Reserves Act, and I've set that out in my evidence. Mr Bush King considered that up to 100 permanent residential sites at the beach camp were a permitted activity, which is why we then went down the track of the certificate of compliance, but I'll come back to that.
Yeah, sure.
And significantly, the Tahunui Structure Plan, with reference to the Tahunui Structure Plan and on the Council's own website, sets out the importance and role of the Reserve Management Plan, specifically stating that the Reserve Management Plan 2004 provides the basis for Council to make decision, that's the typo, on the use and development of this important public open space. I believe this statement confirms what is the appropriate way to interpret the status of the Reserve Management Plan and the relevant rules and planning framework. The legal interpretation put forward by NAL is essentially that the Reserve Management Plan cannot form the basis for decision making, as the reserve has not been gazetted and so was not approved under the Reserves Act. Hence, the process the Reserve Management Plan went through in its formulation, and given the land may never be gazetted, I strongly disagree with this position from a planning perspective. Likewise, I consider the Reserve Management Plan has always been a relevant and important document pursuant to section 1711D, albeit not forming any part of the NAL assessment of this proposal. Finally, any potential gazetting of the reserve is not a resource management process. Ironically, nothing would actually change on the ground with the beach camp if that was to occur, as the Tahuna Beach Camp currently forms, the Reserve Management Plan, that should read, currently forms the basis of decision making on the use and development of the land. The actual and potential effects of the proposal are addressed in Part C of my evidence in chief. In this regard, I have relied on the specialist technical expertise or evidence of others that have prepared evidence for Tahuna Beach Camp, and also those assessments and conclusions made by the specialists for the Section 42A process. As updated following the JWS processes, I have not changed my assessment of those assessments as contained in my evidence in chief. I must, however, note the agreement made by all planning experts that the effects on property values relate directly to the effects of noise on the receiving environment. In Part D of my evidence, I provide an assessment of this proposal against the relevant planning documents. My evidence remains unchanged, as the JWS process did not traverse the relevant objectives and policies of the various planning documents. I stand by my summarised assessment as provided within paragraph 149 of my evidence, which I've quoted there in Roman 1 to 5. I won't read out that quote. I think you've already read that at some point.
Correct. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I'll get there. Within Part E of my evidence, I address the amendments to the notice of requirements. It is within that part of my evidence that I address the important consideration of alternatives, as well as the assessment as to whether the application, the proposed notice of requirements are reasonably necessary to achieve the objectives. For the reasons set out in my evidence, I consider NAL has not adequately provided an assessment of the alternatives, which is important under section 171B, but equally important when considering the very relevant directions contained in the planning documents. What follows from this is that the extent to which the works and designation are reasonably necessary is inseparable from the consideration of practical alternatives, again what the higher order documents require. Paragraph 16, I just refer to the discussion we had around the Plan Change 30. And finally, in terms of paragraph 17, within part F, I also address the requirements of section 32. In summary, given the significant impacts and costs of the changes to the planning framework affecting Tuna Beach Camp, I consider the AEE in the section 32 remain inadequate. Likewise, I consider the changes to chapter 14 do not represent sound resource management. This is because Plan Change 30 proposes to change CG, or the schedule CG2, but not CR7 also being applicable to the beach camp. The changes to CG2 do not follow the current framework used in the plan. So my overall assessment has not changed.
Thank you. After saying I wasn't going to ask you a question, I am going to ask one question and then I'm going to hand it over. With regard to the assessment which both the Legal Counsel and yourself have done with regard to the RMP, my take on that outcome is if it was the case that the 100 permanent residence sites at the campground were in fact lawfully established, there would still need to be, I think that's, if you're looking at the bundle of the provisions DAA 2, there would still need to be some changes made to the acoustic mitigation program, as I understand it, wouldn't there? Because they talk about residential unit lawfully established and located within the residential zone, which this isn't, but then it goes on to say, and I think this comes out of the planning evidence for the airport company, if I've got my colours right, and at 1 to 5 and 9 to 12 Gulf Haven Way within the open space and recreation zone, that if we were to follow what you're giving us evidence about, is that would also need to include.
That's right, yes.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I was just from a practical perspective, how would it land in terms of any recommendations that we would be making? But that's all from me.
I know there'll be questions, but I just wanted to make sure I cover those.
Oh, the table? Absolutely. Sorry.
Well, yeah, I'll come to that. The first question from Mr. McMahon was in relation to the treatment of reserves in the plan.
You mean the chapters that you sent through? Yes.
Just obviously for the record.
No, that's helpful.
There is no definition of reserve in the meaning of words chapter of the plan, first and foremost.
No, I saw that.
But chapters 2 and 11 did provide some, I think, quite helpful assistance in terms of how reserve management plans relate to how.
Yes, and I think you highlighted those in yellow in the attachment.
I did.
Yep.
So I won't traverse that any further.
No, that's helpful. Thank you.
Second question from Commissioner McMahon was in relation to where we were at with the resource consent application.
Oh, yes.
So the application was lodged obviously after some pressure placed on the camp from a compliance perspective. The application was made, I guess, reluctantly, but also on the basis at that time that we thought it was a formality because it was retrospective. They were there. We considered they'd been there for a long time. We didn't think it was going to be an ordeal. But very quickly after July, after lodging that application in July 2021, we had a Section 92 request, which very quickly essentially said, what about reverse sensitivity on the airport? And we think they're an affected party. It's taken the last 2 years of toing and froing with our acoustic expert from AES and council's expert, Mr. Hunt, debating those technical issues. And so I should also add that in October 2022, Mr. McFadden, on behalf of the camp, asked for the application to be notified.
Yep.
Of course, a lot has happened in the last 18 months, including this application, and we've also got the application, the request for certificate of compliance. So essentially both are sitting there.
So the consent application was lodged before the certificate of compliance
Yes.
application. And am I correct in understanding that the certificate of compliance matter is subject to a council legal opinion that you haven't seen?
Correct.
Is that it's the
It's
certificate of
basically a
compliance
flat
issue?
no. It's basically a flat no. We disagree. We
But
can't.
you don't have the rationale,
No.
the legal rationale as to why. Okay,
Or
thank
planning
you.
or planning rationale.
And we
Yeah.
have asked for that.
And you've asked under but you haven't you haven't taken it the next step and made I'm not suggesting that you should need to, but you have you made a complaint to the Ombudsman, or is it no? That's fine. No,
I guess
I
it's-
understand why.
I think so. Again, just coming back to Commissioner McMahon's question, the application for resource consent may not be pursued if the certificate of compliance was issued. And
Yeah, I just
why-
wondered what the order was, but you've confirmed that. Yeah.
And
Okay. No, it makes sense. Thank you.
sorry, I lost my train of thought. I think they were the two questions that I had recorded. I've done that. Yeah, so in terms of the table of rules, they were circulated.
Yeah, this morning or last night
morning.
or this morning. Yes, got those.
So
Thank you.
this is a table that I worked on and did share with Mr. Bonis a week or so ago, and
Yep.
he has had some input. I'm not saying he necessarily agrees. He will have to confirm that himself. Obviously, we disagree over the status of the permanent residential activity at the bottom. But I did this really to focus my own mind about what the steps were from the current situation to the proposed situation, and probably I would describe that as moving from something that's very permissive and enabling to something that's very protectionist in favour of the airport, clearly
Yep.
from permitted to non-complying and prohibited. So and I guess just before I remove my train of thought, in terms of the resource consent application with that activity status and plan change 30 now, I don't see a consenting pathway as a non-compliant activity.
No, I think someone, I don't know whether it was Mr. McFadden, but someone's talked to us about the policy framework, which becomes incredibly relevant in the context of a non-complying activity. No, that's fine. I understand. I understand this table. Thank you. That's helpful.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Also, as a part of this overall conversation about acoustic insulation and activity status, I mean, there are other options which we're going to get directed to talk more about by as planners. But the village, the permanent residence, currently part of that village is within the A and B, proposed A and B.
Yeah, correct.
But as you move west, you're a long way from the A and B.
Correct.
I mean, it's a big site. So the sensitivity is obviously in that finger that comes in from the south and affecting part of the village, but with noise contours obviously part of the site, and I believe in the evidence of Ms Smith, part of the site to the west is not really even very affected by the proposal. So it may still remain as a permitted activity, but and it's something for the camp to consider. But I do think, even as a permitted activity, they could be relocated
Which
west.
is what Mr. Stiles essentially said for some of
and-
those more difficult
And
properties. Yeah.
And admittedly, yes, there are a range of units, styles and qualities within the village, but they're all relocatable. ultimately they are relocatable. These are
Yep.
not on concrete foundations. Even the most permanent looking buildings, our friend has a very good dwelling that came in on wheels.
They don't
The wheels
have
are
that
jacked up.
deep-seated
They can put back
foundations.
down and moved. You know, there are all of these units are relocatable one way or the other.
Yep, no, thank you. Thank you, that's helpful. So I'll ask Mr McMahon to go first, and he'll confirm whether or not he's got answers to the questions he raised, as well as additional ones.
Yep. Mr Lyle, I'm going to be very short on this. I understand what you've written in your evidence in chief, particularly like the way you've cross-referenced in your summary statement back to the parts A to F in your evidence in chief. That's been really useful, good roadmap. What I've written down is that there are two particular concerns here that you have addressed. One is in relation to the NOR, and particularly the DAA2, which is the noise exposure designation. And the real concern there is the ability for your client to actually achieve or to be able to take advantage of any airport mitigation because of the concern with the lawful establishment issue. That seems to be the key issue for the second designation.
Yes.
Got that right?
Yes.
Yeah. And in terms of plan change 30, the real concern is about the activity status in the AMB and the ACO for ASAN, permanent accommodation and short-term accommodation, and whether there's a consenting pathway for those.
Correct.
That seems to boil down to that issue for the plan change.
Yes, and the costs and the impacts of those provisions,
Sure.
which we say haven't really
Yep.
actually been.
And the uncertainty as to, yeah. I'm not trying to oversimplify it, but I'm just trying to understand
no.
where your concerns lie. And
Absolutely.
Yep. On the noise exposure, in terms of the DAA2 and the acoustic mitigation program, do you think the panel needs to make a determination there in terms of lawful establishment or the status of the activities that are undertaken at the TBC, given the wording of clause Roman numeral 6, which says that, you know, within a time period, the airport must prepare an AMP for any residential unit lawfully established and located within the residential zone. If we didn't make a determination on that and left it to the normal procedures to determine whether those activities are lawfully established or not, wouldn't that clause then be applied either in the affirmative or negative, depending on the outcome?
Well, firstly, I think we're not in the residential zone. We're in the open space and recreation zone.
Okay.
That's include, I think, what...
Well, it doesn't talk about, it doesn't say the residential zone. It says, unless I've misread it,
No, which one are you looking at? 'Cause
I'm looking at
it's
DAA2.
In here, in this one, the bundle, it does include it includes the open space zone, but it only includes Golf Haven Way, this one here, see?
Okay.
This is the wording that
Okay.
in the bundle. I think that's from the joint witness statement, and then it got added.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree in principle if that referred to legally established buildings in the open space zone,
Yes.
residential units in the open space zone.
Yes.
However, setting that aside, I think it is very important to the beach camp if you were to make a judgment on the status of activities.
Yeah.
Because
But if we find that we're not able to, and we
Yeah.
don't have there's sufficient information in front of us, and there's a process for doing that, so long as the condition was sufficiently enabling to allow any lawfully established unit within the beach camp to benefit from the mitigation package, wouldn't that be sufficient?
no, have serious concerns on that basis. I still think that would leave the camp in a very difficult position.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, that's interesting. In terms of the second issue about the activity status of various types of accommodation and the noise boundary and the ACO, where do we find your preference for the activity status across those different types of accommodation?
Well, first of all, in my opinion, it's about certainty, and as you well know, you can have restricted discretionary activities with a long list of matters of discretion, but you only need one to really be a problem.
Yep.
And unless it's a non-notification, no written approvals clause, and it was simply related to some kind of acoustic standard.
Yes.
Anything beyond that, I would have grave concerns about the process it would require, given the weight of the position from Nelson Airport on the issue.
Could it be as simple as a low-level consent, such as a controlled activity that requires certification as to the ability to achieve attenuation through either insulation or mechanical ventilation?
Yeah, I mean, there's a between permitted with the performance standard to controlled with a certificate to, any of those, so long as they provide certainty, I mean, I'd be a lot more comfortable than where we are at the moment.
Okay.
I mean, I guess there's more to be discussed by the camp with its residents, but I mean, some of those units I think would be very, very, if not impossible, to acoustically insulate to the required standard. But nor do I necessarily think all of the residents would be particularly interested.
Yes.
Not all of them.
And if
they're there because it suits them and they understand the environment that they're in.
Sure.
So if it means they needed a consent where they needed to get an acoustic person involved, an engineer involved, you have to go through a consent process. I mean, these are costs that they could not absorb.
Yes. Could you see a stepwise approach where controlled activity was predicated on a certification process, and where that process wasn't achieved, it stepped up to a more...
Basically, where you're leading to is they have to leave. They have to leave because they're not going to be legally established.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to explore that with you.
Moving on to some of the other activities that you asked me about, particularly in terms of camping and short-term accommodation. I mean, these are transient people who come here for a holiday for a week or two or however longer, and they're here. They understand that some of them been coming for many, many years. Like many of the camps, it's a habit that families gather over decades in some cases, and they come here because they love it. They may not like the aircraft noise, but they also really love being near the beach and all the commercial and recreational activities that are on offer in the immediate area, which is a significant part of this environment.
Sure.
And I don't see any justification for those activities being beyond a permitted activity.
Okay. Mr. Lyle, do you see any utility in yourself, Mr. Bonus, and the council planners discussing this chart further and discussing an appropriate policy and activity status across those different
absolutely. I mean, I'd like to think that, I'm surprised this hasn't been sorted out before the hearing process.
Okay.
I think there is a solution there. I think we've got common long-term interests, essentially.
Would you agree that setting the policy framework is the first task, and then that would the activity status would then follow from there?
Yeah, it's definitely belt and braces. It would have to be done to collect it together.
Okay. Okay, well, I'll leave it at that point, and there might be some directions in that respect.
Thank you.
That's all.
No, David's very well covered the issues. Thank you, Mr. Lyle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lyle. Now, Mr McFadden, I take it that that is the end of the camps.
Yes, that is the
Case?
case for TBC.
Thank you. As I said at the outset, and I mentioned it to Mr Stiles, and I might have even mentioned it to Mr Lyle, if we were to direct any further conferencing, which is certainly likely with regard to planning, it won't be an open book recommendation. We will be specifically setting some things that we would like to have covered. So that will give you some comfort that some of the issues that you've raised and are mentioned in the joint witness statement are actually matters that will be covered off, given the planners made it clear that they thought further conferencing would be helpful. So thank you very much for that. Just one of the things that I will, being the lawyer on the team, I will talk to my colleagues about. I'm going to turn my mind to that question about the lawful status of the permanent residents at the camp. And if I decide that we are going to go down that path of forming a determination, it's something that I will need to do in discussion with the council. For example, and I've already had this conversation, it may be that I need the council to share with us, and then it becomes more public, what legal advice they have actually received, because I shouldn't really be substituting my own legal advice, but I can certainly form a view on what legal advice they've received, because that's important consideration. So I am aware of that.
And that Madam Chair, will be shared with us as well.
Of course it will.
Thank you.
Of course it will, because as soon as it's released to us, and I don't put any, privileges around it, which I wouldn't need to do, then it would be a more public process. It would have to be part of this public process as soon as we take it into account. All right.
Well, it would seem to me as soon as you receive it, it forms part of the public process.
It does. It does. I think what I'm hearing is a sense of extreme frustration on your team's part. And I guess we can't solve all the problems, but we can certainly be part of some of the solutions, I think.
Yes, but it is important, as Mr Lyle told you, that the application for consent was done
I appreciate
under
that.
pressure and was lodged before these notices of requirements and
Yes, I
PC 30
know. I
came
know.
along.
And I was aware of this issue, and I had previously discussed it with members of the council team, not the members of the team that will be presenting to us later in the week, but others. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So what we'll do is we'll take a 15-minute adjournment now, and I'm just sorry to everyone who's been so patiently waiting. Our plan is to get through as many, without rushing people necessarily, but to get through as many of the submitters who've been patiently waiting here this morning as we possibly can. What I am going to do, though, we may have a slightly shorter lunch, sort of 15, 20 minutes shorter, so you all have time to go and get something. And it may be that, because I do need to get the golf club on no later than 2, because they have some constraints at the other end of the day. We may even be a little bit earlier than 2, but I'll talk to the administrator about that. I think one of the submitters who was on this afternoon has very helpfully indicated that they would be happy to come tomorrow, so that's fantastic. Again, if you've got any issues with the timing, please discuss it with Harry, and we'll just slot people in as best we can. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. 11:45.
Have you got the running sheet? I don't know if you're on, actually.
Oh, yep. Just while everyone's getting organised, I'm just going to let you know that in terms of the schedule, and this just helps us find the submissions as we go. Originally, James Damon was on the schedule, but he's indicated that he no longer wishes to be heard. His submission points have been made by others. I've got Ian Siggers, Louise McDougall, Sharon Kenning, and then I've got the Tahuna Business and Citizen Association, and then I've got Glenda Robinson, and then Terry Stanton, and then we'll see how we're going. As Steve Cross has indicated, he's flexible about coming tomorrow. And I want to finish, as if we can, by the lunch break, so which is about 1 o'clock, just so we can, or 1:15 or something like that, just so that we can hear from the golf course straight after lunch. So, have we got, is Ian Seegers here? Does anyone know? He's not coming? No, that was James Damon. Oh, is it Paul Damon? I've got James Paul Damon. So sorry about that. So have we? So Ian will come back and check in, or perhaps if you see him, just get him to talk to Harry if he walks in a bit late. But we're well over time, so I'm hoping if he was intending to come, he would be here. So is Louise McDougall here? Yes. Very good. Are you happy to come and sit near a microphone? Is that okay for you? Okay, that's brilliant. Thank you and welcome. And obviously we've got everyone's submission, even those who aren't. We've read everyone's submission, even those who aren't physically have decided not to come and present. So you're here. So we've definitely read yours. So if you'd just like to, we're in your hands. You can just kick off and tell us who you are and where you come from and what your interests are in this matter.
Thank you. My name is Louise McDougall and I'm a resident of the Tahuna Holiday Beach Camp. And although this is my personal story concerning that, it reflects the very real concerns of many people that also live there and are facing this sudden potential dilemma. So I've lived at the Tahuna Motor Camp along with 115 other people for 12 years. And it is a great community, the best place I've ever lived in. I have worked most of my adult life in rest home care and more recently 15 years in residential disability under the umbrella of Te Whatu Ora. As I neared retirement age, I began seriously considering how I would live on superannuation without wages. At the time, I was renting a granny flat behind the cathedral and the rent was going up as it does, but nowhere near the rents of today. My father always told us to work hard and own our own place by the time we retired, but that didn't happen for me, even though we attempted to pay mortgages off over the years. My first husband died and a lengthy second marriage was unsuccessful, so I ended up with less than what I started with, both money and a home. Often over the years, the thought of living in a caravan had popped into my mind, and as I contemplated how I could afford to live on superannuation, I began to see caravans for sale as I regularly walked the beach and through the camping ground. I hadn't been aware of the residential area of the camp, and any mention I'd heard of it over the years was along the lines of, "It takes years to get into that place, they all stay there until they die." So I was very excited to see a property for sale. I could circuit the long waiting list. After my offer was accepted, I was required to go to management to request permission for the purchase and intention of living in it where it was, which was granted. My new home had an awning I knew would not last the distance I was intending, so I decided to have an annex built to replace it. my builder drew up a plan to present to camp management, which was taken by them to a council meeting and accepted by council, but signed by camp management. After a couple of months, it was built and attached to the caravan. I was very happy with it. Next, I decided to build a deck, and again a plan was submitted to management and signed by them. I have these signed documents. Permission to install a macerator toilet was requested and again given. Borders were put around the hedge and outdoor tiled areas laid with permission and considerable expense. My home gradually evolved into what it is today, a very comfortable and warm unit. I've always been careful to go along with camp management because I didn't want to sink money into something that may have to be removed if I didn't comply. At no point did I ever fear the ground under my feet being closed down. I had a sense of stability that I believed would continue until I was no longer able to sustain it. This is the general opinion of the people who live there, and it obviously gave us great peace of mind. When I applied to management to buy my property, no mention was made of this likelihood, and permissions granted to develop my place confirmed that in my mind. I am living within my means like everyone else in this community. We are not burdens on society. We are contributors to the development and maintenance of Tahuna Beach Camp financially. At this point, I sincerely thank Nelson City Council for making this possible. To live within our means is to live with a sense of dignity, and I maintain my faith in the Council for this to continue. A seismic shock rippled through the entire community when we learned of the airport's statement implying we are living here illegally. Like rabbits caught in the headlights, we had nowhere to run to, and many people are greatly distressed and frightened. The greater majority, including myself, have no idea where or how we will live after building our homes and lifestyles at Tahuna Beach Camp. Some have been there for 20 plus years. We are very puzzled about suddenly being illegal, if indeed we are, after well over 20 years of existence. There are many elderly people who have no means of paying the market rents for housing. If this residential area should close, we will not be able to recoup our financial outlay if we are unable to sell our properties where they currently are.
Hear, hear.
Instead, it will cost us a lot to remove them, with nowhere to put them. Then we will most certainly become burdens on society, not because we want to, but because we have no alternative. Rather than seeing the airport extend its runway north, I would much prefer to see the residential area of the camp secured and extended to meet some of the critical housing needs. Tahuna Beach Camp has served people for nearly a century, but there is a lot of land not being used most of the year. Even if it meant cutting back on holiday makers a little during the busy season, surely a tiny home village would meet immediate needs more than an extended runway would. There is a far greater need to look after people with those critical housing needs than bringing more people into our city. There has to be a reasonable balance where everybody is a winner. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, just remind, you did tell me, but then I didn't make a note, unfortunately. How long did you say you've been there? Was it 15?
That I've
12,
been
12 years, was
12
it?
years.
12 years, that's right.
Yes, that's correct.
No, thank
Yes.
you. And in terms of, we've done a little walk around, so where, you don't need to tell me exactly where you are, but we saw sort of the area that looked like it was where most of the people that were permanents were living.
Yes.
Are you in that sort of area? You're
Yes,
one of
I
the
am.
properties in that
Yes.
area?
And I'm actually one of the properties in the finger, I think they call it. It's a
You're yeah, that's important.
yes,
that's
and
good to know.
I believe there's 20 properties.
20 properties in that finger.
are-
We've asked the airport
yes,
company to tell us
if
as
it
well.
goes ahead.
Okay. No, thank you. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
I don't have any other questions. Do you have any?
No, thank you, very clear.
Yeah, no, that was very clear. Thank you very much. It
Thank
was
you.
Good to hear from you. And I'll just put a note there. All right, and now we've got Sharon Kenning. Is she here? Nope. Has she been here? Has anyone seen her previously? I appreciate some people don't necessarily let us know.
She's not in the room, I know the girl.
Yeah.
She's not here. No.
Oh well, maybe she's not. Maybe she's not going to be coming along. That's
Is there
fine.
time allocated for her to be here?
Yeah, yeah. Well, and we're a bit over time, as you know.
Okay.
All right. So the next people on the list are, I'll just make sure I'm confirming it with the list on there. The Tahuna Business and Citizens Association, I think they're here. Yes, thank you. You can all come, please all come forward. And whoever's speaking, just make sure that you've got two microphones there. Just make sure you've got a microphone in front of you so that people watching this on live stream and on the recorded version can hear you. That would be fantastic. So I think you've been here sort of pretty much on and off from the beginning, so you know who we are.
Yes.
And you can introduce yourselves, and then I'll just leave it to you to take us through what you want to talk to us about.
Great, thank you. Is that you can hear that?
That is.
Yes, yes, thank you.
Kia ora. I'm Jacinda or Jack Stevenson, and I'm just an ordinary person representing an extraordinary beachside community. I've been a resident for 28 years in Te Nui, although my postcode has since, about 5 years ago, changed to Moana, but I still consider myself a Te Nui resident. I am the chair of the Te Nui Business and Citizens Association, and I'm also the chair of the Te Nui Community Hub. And they're both volunteer roles.
Thank you.
Tēnā koutou. My name is Jude Osborne. I am the secretary for the Te Nui Business Community, Citizens Association. Excuse my nerves.
That's all right.
Yeah. Yes, it's a voluntary role. I work full time. I'm also on other committees and trustee board. Te Nui is just a great place to live. It's a beautiful community. It's got a lot of vitality and great people.
Thank you.
And with us is our other member, Cole Simmons, who is also a member of our association.
Thank you. I've got your names on this piece of paper, but now I think have you got a PowerPoint presentation? Is that right? Is that,
Yes.
it's been handed out. Is that going to get put on the screen? Is that possible, or doesn't it, I've got a copy in front of me, but what's the plan, Harry, with the... It's coming.
Oh, that's great. Thank
So
you.
it is quite good, because otherwise no one else can see it. That was what I was thinking of, really. So thank you for that. There we go.
So, we're going to start with what is the most important thing in the world?
He's given you a
that's
doofer
just-
to
okay.
move
I'm
them
terrible with
forward.
these things, so...
No, that's
bear with me.
okay. Do your best. Oh, no, well, yes. Do your best. Okay.
So, as the proverb says, what is the most important thing in the world? He tangata, it is people. And this is our response to Private Plan Change 30 from the TBCA.
Yep.
So, it's about people, not property. Jack, do you...
I'll carry on with mine now.
Okay, I'll just take it through. So, Te Nui is much more than just properties with a financial value. It's a place, it's a destination, it's voted one of the best beaches in the world. It is a place that there's a strong contrast between prosperity and not so prosperous people, but we also have great social institutions to help cover this. Being a good neighbour means being reasonable and tolerant of other people's views and lifestyles. It also means considering how our behaviour affects others. Good neighbours are considerate, tolerant and understanding of others and their lifestyles. And we found that just by Googling it. So it's a good definition of neighbourhood. The Te Nui Business and Citizens Association recognises that growth and change in the region is inevitable and important, and we fully embrace and support this. We really do. All we ask is for the same courtesy to be given to those who choose to call Te Huna Nui home and to those who visit us from all around the world. Unfortunately, in this process, we found that there had been no meaningful local consultation. There was very selective distribution of information. Brochures went on display in the local library or at the council offices in written form. And until we raised this with the Mayor, Nick Smith, in week 3 of the 4-week submission period, there was no printed copies available. Some parties with strong interest, or stakeholders, which is a good word, including Natureland, which is our local zoo and conservation kind of zone, they were unaware of this plan change until recently, and therefore they didn't make submissions. So it didn't reach affected parties. A lack of community consultation happened. There were no meetings inside Te Huna Nui community. Geographically, it's quite hard to get to Manako, where there was one meeting held. There's no bus service. It was held at night. It was dark. There's no easy way to get there if you don't have a car.
Which is where the southern extension.
Yes, yes.
So it was held at the south end of the runway, and yet the most affected people potentially from this plan are at the north. So that seems a little bit unfair. There have been no other public meets face-to-faces initiated by NAL, which is disappointing. Then, only Hind-End Communications, a glossy leaflet or brochure, was distributed to selected areas. And it had little quantitative detail. There was little granularity in it, including homes on Te Huna Nui Hills, and they will be affected by sound issues. It was available online, but a lot of our residents are older. They don't necessarily have internet access or a digital mindset. I did see one really cool submission when I was rereading them yesterday from someone who said, I am older, but I am computer savvy. And I thought that was quite cool, but it's not the same for everyone. I know my father would have problems. There was very little granularity, so it didn't really tell us how this plan change would affect people who live in Te Huna Nui with regards to living our lives, improving our homes, which is the Kiwi dream, kind of, and pursuing, there's businesses affected, pursuing their economic dreams. So, yeah. The process was very flawed. Jack here went into, is this NCC?
Yeah, so the photo on the left was in the main reception area at Nelson City Council.
Yep.
And this only appeared in the last week of the submissions. So there was no hard copy anywhere else for anyone
in the
Nelson region to look at it. The photo on the right was a photo I took at Nellie Nightingale Library, which is our local Te Huna Nui library.
Yep.
And all it is a printed form to fill out your submission with very limited data to make an opinion upon.
So the left is at the council offices in town.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the right was at the library, the public library.
And I think it's important, below where you see the old photocopy box, those are previous submissions and data from council. They're not in relation to. It's purely...
Under the box, they look quite old.
Yeah, so it is purely the Perplex, stand on the right-hand side, which had Nelson City Council form for submissions, and then to post it.
Thank
in
you.
there.
Yeah, so it's a very fine, the funnel is getting very fine for how to successfully submit. We're asking, is it of concern that NCC appear to endorse this program? Obviously they're a stakeholder, and yet they haven't adequately informed the residents of Te Huna Nui of the magnitude of change it will bring to homes, quality of life and haora, their health and well-being, which is quite significant really. It's a big gap
Fundamental.
in the reporting. The effects aren't clear, they haven't been spelled out to those of us most affected. So obviously Te Huna Nui is a low decile area. People don't have financial resources or time to deal with this. Not everyone will get mitigation under the existing comments that we have about mitigation. Reverse sensitivity has been used to avoid mitigation, and that's not what reverse sensitivity is about necessarily. The prospect of economic blight on the communities, for 10 or 15 years, people will not see, there will not be interest in buying a property in the area because it's a bit of a death sentence financially. If you were a buyer, you would not buy there with that hanging over it. The plan change offers the airport too much control over residents' and businesses' lives in terms of they haven't stated their business case very thoroughly, but they want a lot of control. The beach and reserve itself is the only accessible and free recreational facility in Nelson. You don't have to pay to play. It's a boon for people on low incomes, and that, having planes coming on over it is going to dampen that vibe. And the other thing is there's been a lot of misconceptions on social media locally. Oh, we're getting an international runway. Oh, we're doing this. It's going to be great. If you don't like it, you're a beeping, beeping, beep. And the airport at no point have stepped in and said, no, that's not the case at all. This isn't what we're planning. So there's a lack of clarity around that. All we ask is for Nelson Airport to be a good neighbour. We'd love to have an in-depth social study. Sorry, Jack, do you want to jump in at this point?
That's fine.
Because, sorry, I got
That's
carried
all right.
away.
No,
I always do
that's
this. We don't have one, and it's significant. And there's a recommendation by Rebecca Foy.
Yes, we heard from her yesterday.
And
yeah.
she's just said that it's ridiculous. Essentially, there should be a social impact study, and it shouldn't be funded by individuals. And then we'd like to look at a lot of pilots, and there's a lot of reports about perhaps exploring the EMAS system, which could actually bring around saving a whole lot of this bother. It has potential as an approach.
I'll talk further to that tomorrow. I have a talking spot.
No, that's fine. Yep.
And essentially, we'd prefer that to be somewhere in the middle between Stoke, Manako, Omaio, and Tahuna Nui. Just share it, and everybody wins, in our viewpoint, from a social perspective and an economic perspective. So, Jack, sorry. I apologise, I got carried away.
So sorry, I hadn't seen many people do PowerPoint, so I thought maybe ours wasn't going to be utilised. So I've written some notes, and I'll try to.
No, that's fine. Well, it's really helpful. It's great to have things on the screen, but the reason that it's also helpful to have a print, it's because I can scribble notes down.
Great.
So feel free to speak to what notes you've got in front of you.
And we will submit a typed version of what I'm about to read.
That would be fantastic.
Tomorrow, if that's okay.
That would
it's just
be
that I've had
fantastic.
an arthritis flare up.
No, totally
So,
understand. If you
thank
just
you.
send it through to Harry, he'll make, as you would have seen, he's very quick at getting things to
Great.
us. So that would be great.
So I'm just going to give you a summary of who Tahuna Nui are. The Tahuna Nui community is from Magazine Point on Rocks Road in the north to Quarantine Road in the south, covering the flats and part of the Tahuna Nui Hills. Many of our community either visited as children on holiday or have returned to their beloved beachside homes and community as adults. There is a fierce loyalty and strong community spirit. Nelson has one of the most moderate climates in the world. It is a beautiful region boasting 3 national parks on its doorstep. Yet Tahuna Nui feels like a suburb that is forgotten or often overlooked. We have an increased concern that there is underinvestment in Tahuna Nui, and it could be argued that there is increased ghettoisation, and whilst other suburbs prosper, Tahuna Nui has stalled. Social deprivation, health and wellbeing. We are a suburb of uncertainty, as has been mentioned numerous times by expert witnesses. They reference the 2004 structure plan, which is the Tahuna Nui structure plan, the 2004 reserve management plan, and I'd like to also add the 2004 Environment Court ruling about where the State Highway 6 was to be. This has been a political football for over 20 years and still has no clear solution. Now, the reason I'm adding this is that, ironically, the reason that the Environment Court said no to a state highway being directed from Tahuna Nui to Victory was that the issues that Tahuna Nui face now. There's been no mitigation to support the community on air quality, community segregation and social deprivation. An example of this is TBCA have been working for over 20 years asking for safe access across the state highway, we've only just got 2 more pedestrian refuges coming.
In the last month.
So it's been a very long process. Te Hunanui community has the highest socio-economic deprivation profile in wider Nelson, 2018. This is from EHINZ website. That too is woefully outdated since it was the 2018 census results. Since then, Te Hunanui has had the majority of social and emergency housing move into approximately half of its motels, the rest used for tourism. We at TBCA have queried NCC for a social impact study on the health and wellbeing of the Te Hunanui beachside community residents since 2022, as the roading through Te Hunanui didn't then and still doesn't meet World Health Standards. Unfortunately, that presentation to Council was the week of the 22 weather event, and the Mayor was Rachel Rees, and then we had a new Mayor come in after or during the clean-up of the weather events. The Te Hunanui Community Hub, St Stephen's Church and Te Hunanui School have been asking for a social worker for the past 2 years and are working on a collaboration to seek funding for this. Currently, the pressure of the cost of living crisis sees the TCH provide free food to those in need. Sadly, there is never enough. I'd just like to talk about housing. Te Hunanui School has close to a 30% transient role. That's up to 100 turnover in their role in a year. The main reason noted for this is the lack of suitable housing. We have the motel social housing, which we've already referenced, but we also have old sausage flats in Gulf Road, which are, I think, do you understand what a sausage flat is?
1950s little chalet style things.
I do.
And so they're 1 and 2 bedroom units, which often have families of more than
Sort of like the old ownership
4 or 5
sort of
Yeah.
flat.
Yeah, they often have 4 or
Yeah.
5
So-
people.
And I think these easily represent some of the worst low-cost housing in New Zealand. This is important to note, is under the airport's new
Zone.
overlays and the lack of development and the cost added with the new requirements is going to be a lot. I think Jude has mentioned recreation, but many of our activities are free and accessible to locals and visitors alike. It starts at 6:15 every single morning with Me Versus Me, which is a local initiative about mental exhaustion versus mental elevation, where they all go into the water for, they're mad, I've tried it once. They go in the water for about 10 to 20 minutes, and it's a matter of just letting all your worries go once you go under the water
And it's
then
now
starting
happening
your day.
around the country. That's really picked
That's
up.
a great initiative.
Is this an all year round?
Yes.
So people are braving it at winter
All
time?
year.
But
Yeah.
on the weekends at 7
And-
a.m. it's a bit
Yeah,
better.
so whilst it starts at 6:15 with the core original people,
Yep.
there's different people doing it throughout the day as well.
Thank you.
Stakeholders. Camp is performing robustly financially under great governance and management teams. We would like to take the opportunity to acknowledge the camp leading the charge in discussion around Plan Change 30 and its ramifications for our greater, wider beachside community. Ironically, we had been in discussions with the camp who were looking at establishing a Te Hunanui specific funding pool for the benefit of individuals and groups in the Te Hunanui community. Sadly, their focus now is instead fighting Plan Change 30. Natureland. Again, an exciting turnaround under strong leadership. They have a breeding program called Breed for Release with a partnership with DOC, feeding native birds into the Abel Tasman National Park, Mount Bruce, and there is discussion for future partnership with the Brook Sanctuary. I'd just like to quote a letter that Leah, the manager, sent me, which is from DOC, and it says, I've been in touch with the manager of the Kakariki Karaka, or the Orange-Fronted Parakeet program, Wayne Beggs, and he doesn't think that Natureland would be a suitable site for including in the captive breeding program. Kakariki Karaka are much more sensitive to noise and disturbance than yellow-crowned Kakariki, and are prone to dying in captivity due to stress. The regular passage of low-flying aircraft in particular would be a significant issue, so it is not worth pursuing this one.
Is that, If you could attach, that's quite helpful.
You'd like
if
that
you
one?
could attach that to
Yep.
your stuff.
Definitely.
Does that relate to the airport? Does that relate to the situation now? Or
I'm
is-
just, that's where it is currently.
That's
Yes.
where they are currently.
That's not projected.
No, that's fine. So that's I
that's the
understand
current,
that. No,
yep.
thank you. Thank you.
So the new manager, they got a new manager in early 2023. She was rung by concerned community members concerning Plan Change 30. Unsure how that would work considering Nelson City Council help fund Natureland and the strong link of Nelson City Council with the Nelson Airport, Leah rang Nelson Airport directly and asked if the planned airport extension to the north would have an adverse effect on Natureland. She was told no need to submit as it would have no adverse effect. With the planned extension to the north by Nelson Airport, freight projected to double and passenger numbers increasing, a lower flight path over Tahunanui and Natureland, Natureland believes they'd have no option in good conscience but to close due to the adverse effects on animal welfare. Which brings us to the engagement with Nelson Airport and the Tahunanui community, and the poor process by Nelson City Council in engaging and supporting the Tahunanui community through Plan Change 30.
Yes. So there has been another plan change in Nelson recently that caught a lot of attention, which is Plan Change 29.
29. Yeah.
With densification. You might have heard of it. It's been quite popular around the country. And we asked Nick Smith, our mayor, he came to our AGM on the 29th of June 2023, and we said, look, it's a huge document, 154 pages plus supplementary information. It's very hard for people with working lives to pass this. Can we have some more time? And he said, no, it is the law, it is set in law, and it cannot change. When Plan 29 came along, the council was happy to extend the consultation process because there were people complaining about it. So we have been subject to a different set of rules. If you read the submissions, time and again people say, how on earth do you expect us to read this in 4 weeks and come up with a response? So consultation has been a little bit different and compared to that plan change. And as I spoke to before, there's been difficulties. The NAL have been avoidant in meeting with the community, engaging in the community, or even actually providing the plan change so people could submit to it. There have been comments that the online form was difficult, but the paper one was even worse. That's in one of the submissions. I can include that in our documentation tomorrow and call it out. As Jax talked about, there was no hard copy until she spoke. So apart from that,
I think this is really important, that one.
yeah, and the timeline. So Paul and Jack in early June, 14th of June, visited NAL requesting engagement.
I think it just needs clarification that the submission process opened on the 10th of June.
Yep.
So just to have a...
So perhaps you'd be best
Okay,
to speak to
sorry.
this because I didn't attend that meeting.
Yeah. So Paul, who was the... were you still the chair then? I don't know if I've taken over.
Until the 29th.
And I visited after requesting engagement, requesting engagement at that time. On the 15th of the 6th, brochures were available for us to collect from customer service to distribute in the library and at the community hub and other key areas in the community. 20th of the 6th, 23, dates provided by NAL for us to respond. The 21st we replied, 21st we agreed that Tuesday the 27th would be the proposed meeting with Nelson Airport. 27th of the 6th we had a meeting in the boardroom at the airport. TBCA presented a series of questions that we had asked the community to contribute to. They weren't our questions, they were from members of the public that could be answered so we could inform community as a meeting in Tahunanui for the residents wasn't wanted by Nelson Airport. Other emails backwards and forth. That's the 27th of the 6th. Be mindful that submissions closed on the 10th of the 7th, 2023.
Mm-hmm.
We got the answer to those questions on the 10th of the 7th, 2023. Okay. I don't think anything else needs to be said
No,
about that.
that's fine, thank you.
In conclusion, are you right for me to wrap it
Yeah,
up?
do it.
In conclusion, we all love living in our beachside community of Te Hunanui. We value the airport as our neighbour, and we don't wish to stymie its potential. I think it's really important that to get the clarification that we're the most deprived community in Nelson, on a scale, the highest scale, to parts of South Auckland and other deprived areas in New Zealand. We looked at ehines.co.nz, which is the Monitoring New Zealand Environmental Health tool, which looks at various things such as air quality, hazard substance, population vulnerability, indoor environment, and the list goes on. Our question is to Nelson Airport. You reference the environmental challenges to the southern runway extension. We'd just like to know whether you've given the same consideration to the north, especially around the social deprivation. So,
Thank you.
just got to quickly add, because the process of so many of our structure plans and different things all date back, 20 years.
2004, yeah.
I don't know what happened in 2004, but it seemed to be a little bit of a boom,
busy
didn't
time.
it?
Yeah.
The community hub, which I'm a chair at, we decided that we needed to have a more integrated and collaborative approach with stakeholders in our community. We commissioned, with funding thanks to DIA, a project which is the most up-to-date resource listing what the concerns are in Te Hunanui. I'm happy to share this with you as well. It's not a publicly available document. The 8 main key areas that the people who did the report came out were the role of the hub, food security, housing, identity crisis in Te Hunanui, infrastructure, lack of facilities, resilience in an emergency, and safe roading. Like, you may ask, that could be Nelson City Council's responsibility and possibly the government, but we're just sick of the inaction, and we decided that we needed to put something positive moving forward. Thank you very much for the time.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't actually have any questions. You've actually answered I'd made a few notes at the beginning, and then you've actually answered them as you've gone through, so I don't need to go back and revisit those. Do you have any questions?
No, I don't. Very, very useful, very helpful to us. Thank you for that.
It is
Thank
really
you.
helpful, and thank you for, I know you've sat, or some of you have sat through the process, so you're able to reference, Ms. Foy's work that she presented to us yesterday, and you've also been able to reference some of the other comments that have come through, which is really helpful to bring us right completely up to date. Do you have any questions?
I just want to make sure I've got the understanding of your concerns correct. I mean, you've raised concerns about consultation process, but ultimately, putting that to one side, your real concern is what the impact of the notice of requirement and the plan change 30 will have on the
Residents and businesses.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's-
Sorry, it probably got a little bit hidden in that history about
No,
Te
no,
Hunanui,
no,
but I think
not at all,
being locals,
yeah.
you needed to know. It's very easy to walk to the beach, even as a local, and not appreciate the deprivation.
Yes. So in terms of those two matters, Ms Stevenson, it's the increased noise exposure that would occur and the constraints on residential development or any new residential
Especially
development.
considering it's such a area which is prime for development. Like, I know Kai and Ora are going to speak.
Yes, they are.
And we've
Yes.
had conversations with them requesting more accommodation in our area for the elderly and especially young families.
You're talking
which
about
is
plan change 29.
yeah, but interesting, Plan Change 29, the Te Hunanui flat has been taken off.
Oh, no.
And originally it was 3-storey densification.
So
near
we
the bottom.
question why that is. That we've been told it's because of a climate report, but maybe I'm just being a bit sceptical
But in
with
this-
Plan Change 30.
We will
timing.
hear from Kaingaora, and I was going to say that it isn't just residential issues of concern. You also raised, like the nature land, for example, impact on recreational use of the area, etc. You've also, supported what the campground told us. So it's the broader effect of noise in particular on those businesses essentially.
I think it's fair to say, as a board, we actually feel like we've left the community down. We had only a month to get our head around it ourselves, and if we had longer time, we would much prefer a more collaborative approach with all the residents that are under the underlays.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
And as a comment, it feels like it's very rushed for something that is 10 to 15 years away. It just, and with not that clear a case as to why.
No, thank you.
I actually left out a quote, having not attended on Monday, but watched it online, from the CEO, Mark Thompson. Change involves pain. All choices have pain points. I won't say what I actually thought at the time, but we strongly disagree and would prefer a collaborative approach. Pain is a symptom of something being wrong. Cole just wants to quickly just say something.
Yep.
Excuse me for a moment. I think it's fair also to say that our approach as TBCA is not anti the airport.
Yeah, no, that's clear.
But the problem that we have is that they seem hell-bent, sorry about the expression, on extending that runway to the north. The distance that they want to move between the existing threshold of the runway and where their new development finishes is 610 metres. That is the distance from the church steps to the Maitai Bridge. We're not talking about 5 yards down the road, and that encroaches purely into the whole area of Te Hunanui. That's our concern, thanks.
No, I understand that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, we're up to, because we had a few people drop off, Glenda Robinson. Is she here? Yes, I thought you were here. Sorry, you had some time constraints. So thank you. Welcome. Thank you. No, that's right. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. And I've got your summary statement. Thank you very much. So, look, in terms of for you, you might just want to read that out if that suits you. And I'm very happy. So I've only just seen it, so that's
Thank you.
lovely. Welcome.
I'm Glenda Robinson, a property owner in Otterson Street. Although I don't wish to hold up progress, I do have some major concerns as to how this is going to impact the property owners in this area. Firstly, I don't live at this property, but my grandson does and his flatmates, and I visit often. So I know how it impacts at present times. Having a large deck and beautiful summer days, barbecues for family and friends are very often enjoyed. However, when a plane comes in or goes out, conversations are stopped until the plane is in the air and away or landed, as the case may be. So noise pollution is a major concern. Secondly, most times I visit, we play dodgems getting along Otterson Street. Homeowners need to be able to park. There are cars parked both sides of the street, which cuts Otterson Street down to a one-way street. This is where the dodgems comes into play if there are cars coming in the opposite direction. I can see this could be remedied, but at considerable cost. The grass verge could be taken away to allow a walkway, parking and traffic being able to drive each way on the left as it should be. Not a cheap fix, but it could be done and would be necessary if the golf course was to use this access. Thirdly, what sort of impact this could cause property owners' valuations of the noise level is if the noise level is not controlled properly. This too could be very costly. I suggest a bund planted along the runway to keep the level of noise condensed, and certainly double glazing would be helpful for families when families are inside. Because of other commitments, I have not been able to attend the whole hearing. However, I did manage to attend on Tuesday, 14th of May, for a couple of hours. I was most surprised when talking to people who have been present from the start of this hearing, saying people on the hillside of Otterson Street would not be affected. I can assure you that at the present situation, without the extension, we need to stop a conversation while aircraft are come and go. I understand the aircraft will be lower on approach and takeoff, and the noise level much greater. So I fail to see how the noise will not affect my property or anybody else's property which is on the upper side or hillside of Otterson Street and a back section, less than it does today. My opinion is it must be noisier with planes flying lower and the proposed jet aircraft as well.
Thank you. I am familiar where Otterson Street is and how close it is to the golf course and therefore to the airport. In fact, you're closer than, well, as close as parts of Golf Haven Way, for example, which has been discussed. So, do you have any questions? Dave, do you have any questions?
No.
It's just, I just feel that it's important that people who own their homes in those areas are taken into consideration, because we haven't had any consultation at all,
No, thank you.
or have been invited to have consultation with the airport.
No, thank you very much. I totally understand. Your submission's very, very clear, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have we got Terry Stanton here? Hello, Terry. Please come forward. And looking at the time, I think what we will do, you just come forward, Terry, that's fine. I think what we will do, if given that Steve Cross was happy, is Steve here? Are you happy? Are you sure you're happy to come back tomorrow? Are you sure? The reason it's really important that we do hear from the golf club, and they do have some time constraints. So if you don't, I don't want to cut you short, and I certainly don't want to cut Terry short, and I certainly don't want to cut the golf club short. So if you could do that, that would be fantastic. So Harry will sort out we can do you first thing. So we'll figure that out later in the day. So thank you so much. I'll make a note of that. Sorry, Terry, I just wanted to have that conversation with Steve before we moved on to hear from you.
Good afternoon,
So
Commissioner.
welcome. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon to you. I'll just make an introduction. I have a submission there which you may have a copy of.
Yes, we have a copy of all the
Yes, but
submissions.
This is just an extra introduction since time's gone by.
No, that's fine.
Hello, my name is Terry Stanton, and I and my partner live at 13 Chandler Street. We are next to the golf course on the very southwest corner of our suburb on a dog leg, about 100 metres from the proposed extension to the north. Do you know where we are? We're right on the very corner.
Yes, I do. Yeah, I do. I've got a map here, actually. Yes.
It is very hard for us and our neighbours not to get emotionally upset. Excuse me.
No, totally understand. You just take your time. That's absolutely fine.
By the new rules, Council, thank you. Council, through their agent, have no NAL wish to impose upon us. We are left in limbo and feel that Council have been devious in not holding a public meeting in the Nui area to enable understanding. The event of the Honest Lawyer was just advertising for how marvellous NAL was. We had to work out for ourselves that the extension would be right opposite us. Excuse me.
Honestly, just take your time, take a breath, have a glass of water.
If this goes ahead, as proposed, then the golf club would likely be bought out under the Public Works Act. We would like this offer to extend to us and our neighbours should they wish to accept. Our house is in the 9 to 11 decibel increase zone, which is certainly not imperceptible. I understand that someone not directly affected by this plan might see it as positive, but when you dive into it, you see that it's a rampaging white elephant. Nelson has an ageing population. Council predicts an increase of 5,000 over the next 10 years, with the age over 65 going from 20% at present to 40%. It is already prohibitively expensive to fly the grandchildren during the holidays. To finish this introduction, what happens to the cycleway between Awatea Place and Bolt Road? At what height would planes be flying over Parker's Road on approach from the north? It would seem to me that the street lamps would have to be lowered. Absolutely ridiculous. We are very heartened by the submissions of the Airport Noise Action Committee, which are very thorough and informed, and also those of the Campground and Golf Club. It seems to me that the airport is currently being in the wrong place. I have got, should I read through the rest of my submission?
We've read your submission.
Okay.
If there's anything in there, so have you sat through some of the hearing to date?
Yes.
If there's anything specifically you want to bring to our attention that you've heard or that you want to comment on, that would be great.
Okay.
But you don't need to read your submission out. That's
Okay.
fine.
Yep. Righto.
Yeah, I know exactly where you are. Yep.
You do everything by hand.
No, well, I couldn't find it on the computer.
Yeah.
So
No, I've got it on my map here.
I'll just, what will I read through? I can leave it with you. I hope that you are going to be good commissioners and find
Thank
in
you.
the proper way.
We haven't got an easy task to
No, I understand.
to
I would like
do,
be in
to
your-
do, as
in
you
your-
will appreciate.
I shouldn't like to be in your situation.
Yeah. No, yeah, we do. We understand it's really, really difficult. But I
Thank you.
think some of the things that you and the other submitters that have presented today, and including the campground, but particularly since the campground finished their case, will have, it's important that the council team hear what you've said. It's important that the airport team hear what you said, as well as for us, for us to understand where you're coming from. So thank you for that.
Yes,
I know it's
I'm
really
in-
difficult.
I'm in favour of the north-south, each way being
Yes.
probably the best
Yeah,
solution.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Terry, much appreciated. So actually what we've done, we've kind of caught up with ourselves, but I wanted to do that, even though, thank you to Steve, he's going to come and slot in tomorrow. Can I just ask the council for the golf club, given I know what your time constraints are, and I know that you've got a few witnesses, and thank you for providing the legal submissions and the sort of, not the roadmap, but the sort of plan of process to us in advance. That was really helpful. If we were to break now, and we've got two choices. We can either break for an hour, and then you can all have an hour for lunch, because I'm conscious people have to go and find that, or we could break for 45 minutes, which is easier for us because, our lunch is provided. But 45 minutes, I'm in your hands. What's your preference?
Well, the first thing I'd like to say, ma'am, is we're very grateful for the steps being taken to accommodate us, and in particular to the gentleman who's happy to come back tomorrow.
Yes, thank you.
We'd be fine with the 45-minute option and then getting underway.
I'm conscious that gives you more time for your team to feel like they don't have to rush through their stuff. That was all.
By the same token, Madam Chair and members of the panel, we were planning on trying to manage the timing.
I know you were.
As you've seen,
Yeah.
And would be actively discouraging people from reading out their evidence.
No, that would be that's helpful.
But there are, on the other hand, there are one or two witnesses that obviously would be either flagship witnesses or consultant planner, Mr. Carlisle.
Absolutely, and I don't want to. We try and keep our questions within reasonable limits, but we don't want to not ask questions either.
We want to optimise
Yeah.
the time for you to ask whatever questions. you
Okay.
wish. So, look, we'd be fine with the 45-minute option if that's your preference, and certainly we'd be very keen to.
Thank you.
Get the runs on board in terms of time.
That would be great. So if I take the time as being now 12:50, that will take us to, my maths needs to be worked out, but would that take us to 12:40? No, 1:40. 12:40, 1:35, 1:40. Try and aim to be back, sorry, terrible, isn't it? I'm looking. Try and be back, back here about 1:35 to, no later than then 1:30. I was going to say, the longer I talk, the further it goes ahead. Yeah, that's right. So thank you very much. Thank you, Richard. Where am I? That's Thursday. That'll be right. It's right there. Friday's this one. Yeah. Right. You gave us the, you gave, this morning. Sorry, it's been a long day. You gave us, no, you gave us these, yes, and the draft run sheet. You should have that.
It's just a one pager.
I've got 3 bits of material. Yep. 1, 2, 3. Yep.
Chicken with Harry on there.
Yes.
Okay, I think I'm just, Harry's just putting some of the documents out there. Look, thank you. I think we will start now, and just confirming what I've got in front of me, thanks to the golf club team. I've got synopsis of legal submissions, I've got your draft run sheet, which is very helpful in terms of timing, and also the supplementary notes on behalf of the club. So
Yes.
thank you very much. We've all got those. And obviously we've got all the evidence that's been pre-circulated. We've read it all, and we're basically in your hands. So it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of the panel. And just when you say supplementary, it should be just a one-page item.
It is.
Always,
It's
yes.
supplementary notes.
Yep.
It looks like that.
No,
Yep.
that's excellent.
Yep.
Thank you very much. And again, our appreciation of being accommodated in this way, and for other parties that have enabled that.
Thank you.
Just so you know, in terms of how we'll do this with regards to these submissions, I'll kick it off.
Yep.
Mr. Gardner-Hopkins will take over for a chunk in the middle that relates to the denser planning stuff in terms of objectives and policies.
Yep.
And then I will come back in the last part, in particular with regard to the NOR and this knotty issue of the adequate consideration of alternatives. And can I just say, with regards to the single page piece,
Yes.
that the provenance of that was sitting listening carefully to what was happening on Monday and some of the questioning. It occurred to me that there was a key issue that perhaps needed to be carefully mapped out and addressed, and that's why I've stuck it out to one side.
No, thank
but
you.
I'll be coming back to that.
Thank you. Well, you would have heard a series of questions
Indeed.
by my friend Mr. Daish. particularly.
Indeed.
Yeah.
So I'll go straight in and start on the first page in terms of the introduction, the overview. And the point being made in paragraph 1 that I want to emphasise is the existential nature of the threat to the golf club. Without downplaying the effects on others, Nelson Golf Club is, in all likelihood, the person or party affected by Nelson Airport Limited's proposal. This is because the golf club will cease to exist if the airport company's proposal proceeds. On the only credible evidence before you, the club will no longer be able to operate and it will close. Yet the airport has either dismissed this outcome or considered the effects of it as being of little or no consequence. I won't read the rest of the paragraph. You'll see the emphasis on community. I'll be coming back to that. There is a bit of an irony in terms of the suggestion by one of the airport company's witnesses that the golf club had been dismissive when option A was placed in front of them. You'll hear from probably more than one witness, certainly Mr. Drysdale, his reaction to that, which would be understated to be one of indignation. But we'll come to that. There are reasons why they reacted the way that they did.
Mm-hmm.
I won't worry about 4. I'll go straight to 5. When considered against the airport company's failure to adequately consider alternatives, including both a hybrid approach, and if I can just pause there and say, I realise collected within the hybrid approach is this issue of whether or not RESA can be trimmed, or if you don't trim it, whether you slide the slide rule up or down, keeping the 1510. But we'll go with the flow on that, so to speak, and there's evidence from other parties on that. The hybrid, where I've used the word hybrid there, it's intended to cover all of those
bases.
Yes.
Yep.
And then secondly, an alternative that utilises the area of its grass runway that would then allow the golf club to reconfigure to maintain an 18-hole course. That's what I'm going to call in these submissions the 18-hole reconfiguration.
Yep.
And as I say, I'll be coming back to that. And we say the airport's proposal falls fundamentally short. The airport company seems to have failed to display how it has factored in the costs of acquiring the golf club land in its multi-criteria analyses, despite it factoring in other costs such as the cost of construction. Now, just pausing there, that the use of the word displayed is deliberate. We had come into this thinking that we couldn't actually see where it was identified at all. We've now been told in evidence that it was factored in, but the visibility of it is not perhaps as apparent as it otherwise would be. At 6, on these grounds, the airport company's proposal should be declined, or at the very least paused, to allow it to A, engage with the golf club and find a way to avoid closure of the club, or B, at least demonstrate that that outcome is not possible. An informed decision could then be made by the panel in light of that critical information and any other information that the panel might direct to be provided. And then at paragraph 8, I won't read all of that out. That just flips to the plan change 30. The important point there is that it shouldn't be forgotten or totally overlooked, even though the NOR obviously is taking the prime focus. The important point arising from there is that the golf club, if there is to be a rezoning, then that airport environs precinct zoning should apply. That does not mean that the golf club is waiving plan change 30 through. There are still remaining issues in terms of the avoidance alternatives that dovetail back to the 171 criteria. We're just saying if it comes down to it as to zoning, that zoning certainly would be acceptable to the club.
Okay.
So, turning to the structure of the legal submissions, I'm at paragraph 9, not intended to traverse the full legal framework in detail. You know all of that. So at 10, these submissions hone in on the key issues for the golf club, and obviously I've highlighted the significance of the NOR. Down the bottom of the page, while the airport company's proposal has been put forward on an integrated basis, the NOR is considered to be the primary component, or at least the first that should be considered, as without the NOR changes, there would be little or no need for the plan change. Legal questions of significance are addressed as they arise within that structure that I've set out there. Firstly, the golf club's evidence. Secondly, the planning framework, deficiencies in assessment, which is where Mr Gardner-Hopkins will take you. Thirdly, the inadequate consideration of alternatives. And finally, conclusions. So kicking off with the golf club's evidence, at paragraphs 13 and 14, there's a point covered there that probably needs no particular emphasis, actually, listening to the way this particular panel is dealing with lay witnesses. Sometimes perhaps be-suited lawyers or whatever need to be reminded of this. It's not all about the experts. You clearly can't be damned by that sort of condemnation, so I won't read that out.
Thank you.
Witnesses. The golf club is calling 10 lay witnesses and 2 expert witnesses. Actually, one of those can't actually...
Mr Lewis,
Yes, we'll deal with that.
We know that. Yeah. Thank you.
16, the lay witnesses provide a cross-section of the importance of the golf club to the community, which covers an array of factors. And if I can just pause there, and I'm over on page 4 now, it's not a situation where what's happened is that the golf club has done a sort of golf army of golf tragics to come along and pour their hearts out to you. If we had done that, we would be here till Sunday and beyond. And we wouldn't have been confined to 10 witnesses. And can I also say, I'm not a golfer. Just in case that you get a suggestion that I'm on some sort of evangelical bent. But what is important here is that these witnesses have been chosen because they indicate particular strands in how the golf club operates and its significance and importance. And that it particularly interfaces with the suggestion on behalf of the airport company that you can somehow repel the existential threat by saying, oh, well, we're only talking about an impact on 700 people or whatever it is that the membership is. That particular argument is well recognised as the dilution factor. We say, well, really, with the airport, we're talking about regional significance, so the impact, whilst sure, there's an existential impact on the airport, it doesn't matter. On the golf club, it doesn't matter. It does. It certainly does. And here are the strands that answer the question as to why.
Thank you.
A, the role of the golf club in the sport of golf, locally, regionally and nationally. These are strands that you can look for in the witnesses you're about to hear from. Secondly, the absence of any viable alternative equivalent golf course in the region. Thirdly, the significance of the golf course at an elite and teaching or professional level. Small numbers, of course, but it's worth mentioning. More importantly, beyond golf, the use by, my number apparently is wrong, it's actually more like 88 plus community groups for meetings, fundraising and social events, and as a venue for weddings, birthdays, etc. Next, the value and significance to philanthropy. That's regular use for charitable purposes, charity tournaments. You probably know this, but even non-golfers know, because you hear about it so much, that the golf a golf club or whatever will organise a charity tournament for the hospice or whatever. A lot of that goes on in this particular club, and I'm going to get Mr Drysdale to touch on that. So it gets into evidence because it's only mentioned in the submission at the moment. Next is social value. That's simply enabling connection and interaction between multiple subgroups of the broader community that otherwise would be unlikely to occur or less likely to occur. And finally, in terms of the witnesses, some intriguing meetings that have recently occurred between the golf club leadership and the airport company concerning alternative configuration. So, I've listed at 17 the 10 lay witnesses. I won't read them all out. You know who they are, and you'll be hearing from them. So I'm over the page at page 6, paragraph 18, where I deal with the 2 expert witnesses. You've already touched on the position regarding Mr Lewis. He's certainly available to answer any subsequent questions that the panel might have. But certainly Mr Carlyon is here. You probably all know him, but for the rest of the tribunal, he's over there on my left.
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
You will hear directly from each of the witnesses, other than Mr Fransworth, who's unavailable due to overseas commitments, and Mr Lewis, who we've already mentioned. I'm going down now to impacts on the golf club. As I've already said, the golf club's evidence in summary is that the impact of the NOR on the golf club will be devastating, and that contrasts with apparently the case being run by the airport company in terms of the position that seems to be that the golf club can seemingly cheerfully carry on as normal with a reduced number of holes. Now, I'm not sure if that's still their position from the evidence that was given in the questions and answers, but that's certainly going into this hearing. It seemed that they thought that the golf club could cheerfully carry on. Just in terms of pausing there, another point that I would make and that we'll be coming back to is there's an indivisibility around this question of parties affected. It is not just the club and the immediate membership, but the broader users, and that's where we say you're certainly spreading out to regional significance. At 21, what we're saying, if it is existential, and you so find, doesn't seem to be seriously contested, then closure cannot possibly be characterised as less than minor, the infamous phrase. Can't be possibly less than minor. Even applying a regional lens, the loss of the golf club would be a significant effect, given that there's no real substitute available for it in the region. I'm over the page now at top of the next page, paragraph 22. Just in terms of how the golf club's case interfaces with the Tahuna Beach Camp, and I'm leaving the script here and just talking
That's right.
to it.
Yep.
Is that obviously if the beach camp succeeds in terms of particularly severing the link between the ability of the requirement to meet the needs that are set out in terms of the objectives, then the position of the golf club is certainly, we would obviously endorse their position, but rather than you hear it twice, we are simply saying, in the terms of Harry met Sally, we'll have some of that too. So it's as simple as that really. And so rather than have it twice, I will come back to it briefly later on. I think at this point I'll pause. It's a place where I should stop for the moment, and I'll have Mr. Gardner-Hopkins take over and run you through the planning framework. You're not going to have it all repeated, but
no,
you'll
thank
have
you.
it. Yeah.
Just before he does, and
Yes.
you can either answer now or confirm or otherwise what your thoughts are, but when you were listening yesterday, and I'll tell you the takeouts for me from the evidence from the airport, and this is largely Ms. Bendon who was giving that recreation evidence. So the takeouts for me were that she accepted that there is no alternative 18-hole golf course like this one in the region. There are other 18-hole golf courses, a couple of them, but they do not replicate what this golf course provides. So she accepted that.
Yes.
Secondly, and I think I'm just saying this just to make sure that you heard the same thing that I did, and this was an answer from questions from Mr. Dage. But secondly, she also said that if the airport proposal was to result in a closure of the golf course because it can't feasibly run as a 9-hole golf course, or it's just not going to happen, she accepted that the effects on the golf course would be significant. But she did knuckle down in answer to what I thought was reasonably forthright questioning, that looking at this from a regional perspective, she was looking at the golfing opportunity from a regional perspective, that that's when she came up with those thoughts of being no more than minor. So that is some. I'm not saying I agree. I'm just saying that's my takeouts from yesterday, and you've already started to cover that.
Yes.
So I know my colleagues will be very interested, and I would be, to get your response to that last point in particular.
Yes.
Because I think we all agree that there is no 18-hole golf club in the region like this one. We also all agree that this would be a significant impact on this golf club if that was to happen. That's the micro outcome. The question therefore becomes, is her view of that macro analysis correct?
Yes, and Madam Chair, you're absolutely right. That was the takeout that we took from it as well, and that was what I was partially starting to address in terms of saying what I said before, and you'll hear more about that.
Good.
And I suppose to just take an analogy in a rough and ready sort of way in terms of where she's coming from and compared to what we're saying, is it would be having Nelson without a course, an 18-hole course like this one, is a bit like saying, well, an area the size of Nelson, particularly with its recreational needs and so on, should have a stadium. What on earth would it look like, and how would the region be served if there was an inability to have a stadium in Nelson?
For me, it's actually, and I'm not a golfer either, but I do understand the differences between what a links course offers versus what a non-links course offers, and I think Ms. Bendon agreed that the alternatives that she was pointing to are not links courses. And there's the other things that you've mentioned, obviously.
It's more than just being a non-links course.
No, I know that, and
right.
you've touched on those when you went through the various matters that come to play.
Yes.
Sorry, excuse the pun. In the context of this consideration. So I know these are the likely sorts of thoughts that will be going through all of our heads. So thank you.
Yeah, understood and accepted, yes. Mr. Gardner-Hopkins.
Thank you.
Thank you. For those of you who I have appeared in front of before, you'll know my preference is to stand when addressing
You do.
a panel.
You weren't just trying to look taller than Mr. Fowler.
Yes, anyway.
I couldn't possibly say that.
So look, I do just need to, I think the panel knows my situation, but record that I'm here as a project manager and a representative with a legal background. And I guess for better or worse, involvement in many of the cases that set the framework for your consideration.
Yes.
So it's sort of with that background that I'm addressing you on this part. And look, you will know my style isn't also to read out what's on the page, but to try and hone in on what I think are the most important matters for you to consider in this particular process. So look, of course, at 23, you'll be well aware of the old authority, long-standing authority, that the district plan is the frame, and that really has been built upon in terms of the NZCPS and other policy instruments being very much part of the frame requiring careful consideration. The submissions do talk a little bit about the recent Supreme Court decision in East West. It's quite a marathon to get through it. And one of the points that I take from it, and it's quite extraordinary actually for the Supreme Court to spend 20 pages undertaking a planning analysis, but that's what it did.
Yes, it did.
And I say that really does emphasise the importance of a very careful consideration of the relevant policies and objectives, right down from the NZCPS through to the RPS and the district plan. And I guess in the East-West decision, one of the complaints was that the objectives and policies were put into a bit of a blender, if they use that term, and the less directive policies diluted the more
Directive ones, yeah.
And I suppose, just to be clear, the complaint in terms of the airport company's approach here isn't that.
No.
It's more that they looked at the avoid policies, saw a red flag, and then didn't really go much further, and didn't take the time to go through the very careful analysis to see whether or not for this project, in these circumstances, in this environment, whether there was a gap that they could make their way through. And I'm talking about this particularly with the southern option in mind, or the hybrid part southern, part northern. And really that's what those paragraphs 24 through to 27 are intended to convey, the importance of looking at the objectives and policies. And then the submissions go on at 29 to focus on policy 10 of the NZCPS. And this, as I have read the evidence and the background material produced in support of the project, this was a key policy that was taken as, no, we can't really entertain a southern option. And I think I refer to it at the end of the submissions at paragraph 37. But the planners looked at this as well. And I did want to just emphasise the language that they used, that it would involve a difficult and complex statutory consenting framework. But no planning witness has said it is impossible, it is not possible, and that consent or authorisations wouldn't be able to be obtained. And so I do say, if you apply the East-West scrutiny of that policy 10.1, then there is a window, or there is a gap, particularly if policy 10.1a and the question of land being not available is resolved in favour of that particular, if you like, condition in that policy. Now,
Are these, just remind me, because I don't have I can look it up, but the reference to 10.1, and I take it what you're saying is that avoid does not necessarily mean avoid at all costs. In the context of policy 10.1, we have an out, if you like, an unless,
yes.
certain things. Are they conjunctive? Do you know? I mean, the last word is an and, but are they the land?
Yes.
I'm not sure that
I did pause to think about that.
I'm not sure that they are, but anyway.
As a drafting style,
it's quite old, as we know.
The and at the end is suggestive that they are all conjunctive, but it is not entirely clear. It may not be completely an issue here, but I just yes.
wondered. Yeah, thank you.
But in some respects, the way that we approach them is to look at them as connected and as a bit of a cascade.
Yes.
And if A, and the availability of land is found in favour of that condition, so there is not land outside the CMA available, then that logically activates or leads to the next questions or the next conditions.
Yeah.
And look, we do say the question of availability is not necessarily clear-cut in this situation, and what the NZCPS meant when it said land is not available, and whether it meant it's not physically available, it just doesn't exist, or whether it meant it is not legally available because it's not owned by the requiring authority, or it's not owned by the applicant for a consent.
And I guess on that one, even though obviously a requiring authority is able to utilise the Public Works Act powers, they aren't necessarily a given either. That is going to end up in a successful outcome, as we know from a number of cases we've seen.
Yes.
Okay.
And so really the position is it doesn't follow that just because there is a PWA process available, that land can be assumed to be available at this point in time. And so look, we do say then at that point items B, C and D start to come into play. And of course, if the land to the north isn't available, then it would seem like the only option is to go south into the CMA. And so item B is satisfied. And in terms of C, no practicable alternative methods. That may be tied up in whether the land is available or not. But the other thing to emphasise there is the language, no practicable alternatives. And that is quite a strong requirement, we would say. And that is actually stronger than the 171 reasonably necessary requirement or consideration. And that's also a criticism that the Supreme Court had in the East-West case, that the Board of Inquiry really conflated the more directive objectives and policies with the Section 171 requirements. And in terms of D, the reclamation will provide significant regional or national benefit. And of course, if its purpose and if it is the only practicable alternative to enable the airport to achieve the extension that it wants or needs, well then that is clearly met. So I guess we say that sort of analysis, that sort of rigour, we can't see that it's been applied, and we think the red flag went up, and that particular alternative was therefore not carefully considered. I think that's all I want to say about the NZCPS at the top of the hierarchy. If we turn to the regional policy statement.
Mr. Gardner-Hockmans, just before you go on,
Yes.
Where does the assessment of effects fit within that policy framework in terms of the effects on ecology, estuarine environment, that sort of thing? Does it? You're not saying it doesn't have a place at all. Well, where does it?
Yes.
Where do we get to that?
So I would see that is part of what is a practicable alternative in terms of what are the effects of the different alternatives and how severe are those effects, how significant is the ecology, and on the flip side, how significant are the effects on the golf club, the community, and the like. I see that as inbuilt into the assessment of practicable alternatives.
Okay, thank you.
So to 38 and onwards, and really here it's just again illustrating the sort of analysis that we think needs to be carefully undertaken, and the guiding language of the relevant objectives and policies. at 38A, yes, air transport needs being met, but whilst avoiding, remedying or mitigating. Again, this is not a strict avoid policy, but we would say in terms of the effects on the golf club and its members and the wider community, the effects are not avoided, they're not remedied, and they're not mitigated. And so that policy or objective is not met. The policy quoted at B refers to the most appropriate form of expansion. And again, pausing on those words, most appropriate, we say suggests a stronger requirement than the reasonably necessary test under 171. And also this particular policy refers specifically to costs and benefits, and cross-refers to criteria outlined in a further policy. And we could probably jump straight there. It's to policy D over the page 10. And it's quite a long quotation. Mr. Kyline addresses this in his evidence, and so he identifies a number of gaps, at least in his opinion, in terms of the analysis. They are bolded, but of course what resonates in particular for the golf club is item XV, Roman numeral 15, second on page 11, effects on recreational resources of regional significance. Mm-hmm. And we would say that is clearly the golf club. And so that is a very clear direction that needs to be carefully considered as part of essentially an alternatives assessment to identify what is the most appropriate form of any expansion. And moving to the district plan, an observation that essentially it doesn't provide any strong policy support for expansion, at least not spatially, in the relevant objectives and policies. So look, I'm conscious of time, and I think I've made the point as I've gone through, really, that is captured in the summary from 41 to 44. Obviously you have that in writing, but I intend to hand over back to Mr. Fowler now.
Okay, thank you. I think I follow that very clearly. So one of the questions that I have in my head, so I'm going to say it out loud, one of the thoughts I have in my head, given that when we've been presented with a proposal for a designation, which is what, or a change to a designation, we can't sort of say, oh, you can't go there, but you have to go over here, because I don't think that we've got scope to do that. But what we can, and I think what you're asking is that we can say that we're not satisfied that your consideration of what you're proposing meets the tests in the Act. Is that
correct?
You understand we can't say, oh, well, because we just don't have enough information about going south. We can't say, oh, well, you can't go north, but you can go south. I don't think that's within the scope of our process that we can have to follow.
I think that's right. I think there's certainly some latitude within scope.
Yes, I agree.
And so we would certainly say if the grass runway configuration
for sure
is in scope, because that is a potential mitigation or remediation option or avoidance.
Yeah.
But yes, I think there would be issues with your ability
I think the
to
problem
approve
with
a
the
southern option.
problem with going south, as I see it, is one, it's not what the designation NOR has sought, but also the evidence that we have in front of us, albeit, as you say, in your view, it hasn't gone far enough, has raised issues about this, and you heard some of this, or I know Mr. Fowler did, some of this on Monday. There are some difficulties when you start talking about reclamations, and there are difficulties with regard to geotechnical issues, there are difficulties with regard to ecological issues. Now, I accept that your submission is that have they actually gone far enough? But I guess for us, it certainly raises the question, which is, well, we wouldn't be able to push them in that direction. We basically would have to do what you're inviting us to do, which is either reject or recommend that the designation or the NOR is rejected, or alternatively pause the process, which is the other option that is being put to us. So to allow for certain things to be better explored, that's certainly the golf club's position.
Yes, correct.
Okay, no, thank you. Good. No, that's helpful. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll pick it up again. Now, what I'm going to do, in the interest of time, is move as quickly as I can to the one-pager. Harry, is it possible to get that diagram up on the screen? The one, yeah, there we go. Excellent. So I'm going to move very quickly through the remainder of the submissions because I think they pretty much cover material that's already been covered, so I won't repeat that. Just looking at 45, you've got your option A and your option B, which we all know about. There's at 48, there's the consideration of the do-nothing option. That's been covered by other parties.
Yes.
And I gather there was also some exchanges between, in particular, panel member Mr McMahon and Mr Race last night and this morning on that. I don't think we need to take that any further. At 56, Mr McFadden's point that I think that he's covered as to the level of certainty or level of speculation involved, the use of the words may and could in a lot of the evidence. And then at the conclusion, going over to page 14, there's that reasonable necessity point. Just down at footnote 12, in terms of the difference between how the NOR objectives are expressed, there's panel member Dacia's point that method's been mixed in with objective, but I don't think we need to take that any further here. I will come back to the very last paragraph of our submissions on page 16, just at the end after I've dealt with the one-pager. So,
Okay.
can we jump to that?
Yes.
So what this is about is this, we say, key issue now of the 18-hole reconfiguration. And the reason I've set it out on paper is because if you're as slow as I am, I needed to wrap a wet towel around my head to just think through how this worked and how it interfaces with where we're up to. So it seems to me the way to tackle this is, first of all, at one, what are we talking about? What is the 18-hole reconfiguration? And the 18-hole reconfiguration actually appears in the golf club submission at the top. It's the top diagram on page 13, and it's that one that's up on the screen at the moment. And what it would involve, and Mr Drysdale will take you through it more with better expertise and knowledge than me, but what it involves is procurement of areas currently used by Nelson Airport, including part of the grass runway. And can I pause there and say the areas we are talking about, because we've double checked it overnight, are all owned by the council.
They are,
Obviously
yeah.
a shareholder, so they're all owned. A lot of them, in fact maybe all of them, but a lot of them have notations on the title for airport purposes. We don't think that's a problem, but I'm just noting it for you, a point we might come back to. So that's what we're talking about in terms of the 18-hole reconfiguration. As you can see, what happens is the course essentially goes down the peninsula. The red is the piece that is being taken to the north under the NOR. So if I go to item 2 on the one-pager, this 18-hole reconfiguration has been the subject of discussions between the golf club and the airport company over a period of time. It's not just a Johnny-come-lately. There have been discussions in one form or another about a reconfiguration to still retain 18 holes for a while. The interesting thing, the reason I've noted there that there's an intriguing airport company precondition to expert review, that's a reference to the evidence that you'll have read of Mr Drysdale's in terms of what happened when very recently, more recent times, the golf club had gone on in to discuss this 18-hole reconfiguration. Now, my point is that it appears to be that even now the airport company is prepared to contemplate that, but sees it as a PWA issue, not a now issue. It sees it as a later issue, and that's important. I'll come back to that. So what's of interest in my submission is the fact that the suggestion of this 18-hole reconfiguration has not just been booted out the door with someone saying, well, look, even on the most cursory examination, that's not a runner. The discussion has been, we're only prepared to throw more money at getting a proper study done of this if you, the golf club, sign up to these preconditions, which was why the further discussions were stymied at that point. Which moves me to 3. This 18-hole reconfiguration was not one of the options identified for consideration in the airport company evidence. Now, to be fair to the golf club, and in terms of that first bullet point, you need to note that red stays exactly the same in terms of that plan, the red piece there. Whether you're talking option A or whether you're talking an 18-hole reconfiguration under the issue of precisely what land is to be taken, that stays the same. So the issue that obviously arises, quite an interesting one, I don't recall ever encountering it before, and I haven't been able to find any authority on it, is this 18-hole reconfiguration a section 1711B alternative or not? Now, clearly, Nelson Airport Limited must be saying no, it's not an alternative, because otherwise you'd have expected it to see it lined up with option A, option B, consideration of alternatives. It's not mentioned. So, and that is obviously goes hand in hand with their saying, well, this is all premature. And I've noted for you there where this piece appears in the airport company's opening submissions. It's at 622 and to 624 where they submit. It's a Public Works Act issue, and tram lease is cited. Now, about that, the golf club says 2 things. First of all, it says this 18-hole reconfiguration is a section 1711B alternative. Why? First of all, we say instead of destroying a core part of the golf course for all time, the method of undertaking the work, and those words, method of undertaking the work, are a direct lift out of 1B.
Yeah.
The method of undertaking the work is to move it, it's the core part of the golf course, out of the way to another place. That's what it's doing. Secondly, if you want to be a black letter lawyer and examine it from that perspective, if you actually look at the statutory wording, a reminder of the significance of the opening words of subsection 1. When considering a requirement of any submission received, a territorial authority must, subject to part 2, consider the effects on the environment of allowing the requirement, having particular regard to, and that drops down to the infamous B, whether adequate consideration has been given to alternative sites, routes or methods of undertaking the work. So what I'm saying is that issue of whether adequate consideration has been given to alternative methods of undertaking the work has got to be seen through the lens of the opening words of 171B. It's all about considering whether considering the effects on the environment of allowing the requirement. Next, a small point regarding these notations. I suppose you could say from a property law perspective, in that insofar as you've got notations and they might have to change, that of itself would indicate that it's an alternative method. But I don't put a lot of store in that. I see that as almost close to pedantry, but I mentioned that. More importantly, the next point is that the effects without this reconfiguration are completely different. You've got completely different effects from option A in terms of impact on the golf course from the 18-hole reconfiguration. And then the last point is this pushback about the PWA, Public Works Act. Public Works Act cases, as I'm sure, Madam Chair, you'd be well aware from your background, they're all about the money. If we'd come along here and handed up a precise calculation of exactly what it was going to cost to do X or Y, you'd have said to me, get out of here. We're considering this thing in more Napoleonic terms.
Yeah, it's black and white.
Whereas if you go subsequently, when you've got your designation, if you're the acquiring authority and you rock up to the Land Valuation Tribunal to get your money, then it's all about the money and it's nothing to do with these other factors. So it's just simply, with great respect, wrong to say, oh, well, we would deal with this at the PWA stage.
Because you can't.
Yeah, you can't. And tram lease doesn't suggest otherwise. So where that rounds out in terms at the end of that first thing that we're saying is therefore it is a section 1711B alternative, and it cannot have been adequately considered, since on the airport's own evidence it was apparently not considered at all. So at the very least we say, well, you'd be looking at an adjournment. Either it's game, set and match, or you'd be looking at an adjournment.
Do you, I mean, it's not where you can only surmise, but and the airport company can pick this up in its reply, of course.
Sure, yep.
Do you think the reason that they were pushing it to be considered at the PWA stage is because they genuinely believed that that was the place that it needed to be addressed? Or do you think it's more nuanced than that?
I wish, Madam Chair, you hadn't asked me that.
You don't have to answer it. You're
no,
not a...
Well, because the problem with it is that, I mean, when it's too awful, I would be wound up saying some nasty things about
pejorative matters.
Yeah, because if it's the first option, I'm saying they're dumb. And if it's the second option, I'm saying they're cynical, and that they went through doing it this way to position themselves very carefully to spend minimal amounts of money when it comes to the compensation argument under the PWA.
Well,
so either way, Madam Chair, you've got me cornered.
These issues always come down to commercial realities.
Yes.
I know that.
Yes. Now, what I've done, Madam Chair, at the bottom of that page, at 2, is say, well, if for some reason you were to come to the view that it actually isn't an alternative and that my arguments that I've put there for whatever reason fail, that's not the end of the matter. Because what we would say is that if it's not to be a section 1711B alternative that should have been considered, there is still an existential impact on the golf club that can be avoided. And in that case, a condition should be required directed to procurement. I've used the word procurement throughout in this because that's what we're talking about here, bearing in mind that one of the key shareholders and one of the a very significant shareholder is the council. So procurement shouldn't be that much of an issue.
I mean, we've thought about this. Not this specifically. I haven't. You're right. I'm not aware of any designation case that has actually considered something like this, but I am aware, and they may not have ended up in court, so we won't necessarily know about them. I am aware of cases where the recommendation to the requiring authority, remember that's the power we've got, would be that more land than what they are proposing is covered by the designation is in fact covered by the designation. So in fact what you say, and then you direct why that is.
Yes, I think in this instance, that's why I emphasised that red stays the same.
Well, they
in terms of what's being taken.
Because they've already got control of the blue bit.
Yes, that's right. Yes, as you're just going about it via a different method.
Gotcha.
Undertaking a different method.
Yep.
I'm conscious of. I'm sorry. Were there any other questions?
No,
I'm
just
very conscious of time.
No, that's fine.
And we'll try from here to move it along at a bit more pace.
No, that's right.
Yep. So we have Mr. Drysdale first. I'll just wait for his microphone to be established.
Thank you.
Set up. And you've read his evidence, so what I'll do is just direct him to a couple of things. They're either matters that have arisen so far or are matters that the submission refers to that haven't been covered evidentially. There's just 3 or 4 of those.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
So first of all, Mr. Drysdale, you were here, I think, when the issue of what occurred when the plan of option A, preferred option of the airport company, was shown to the golf club, and the reaction of the golf club was described by the witness, I think it was Mr. Barron, as dismissive. You were here for that evidence?
Yes, I was.
Yes. Can you outline for the panel briefly what your reaction was and why?
Yes, I can. The airport asked us for a meeting on the 22nd of July 2021 to discuss their proposal for a runway extension. At that meeting, we were presented with a plan that showed our golf course being cut in 2, with one part being shown as necessary for the airport runway extension, and the remaining part of the golf course being totally cut off as they cut off our access to our own land. When we suggested that they should consider taking the runway extension to the south, we were told that their advice from reports they had commissioned had advised that going south was a non-starter and going north was their preferred choice. We then asked to see these reports that showed that decision, and after some thought, they did agree to send us those reports. We assumed that they would arrive within a few days, but no, that wasn't the case. It took them 11 weeks to give us these reports, which we found strange, being as they had the reports at the time of our meeting. Anyway, regarding Mr. Barr's comments about us being dismissive of the reports, what else did he expect? We had just been told that our club was being threatened with closure. We weren't being dismissive. We were outraged.
Thank you, Mr. Drysdale. Next thing I wanted to check with you, in terms of the numbers game, so to speak, there's been evidence from you and others that the current club membership is between 700 and 800 persons, is that right?
That's correct.
How many visitors do you have to the golf course, playing golf?
Playing golf, we have upwards of 7,000 visitors a year that come and play our golf course. The number is difficult to quantify. With the 7,000 we have evidence of, the remainder come from charity events because they don't pay green fees, and therefore there's no way of collating those numbers. There's other tournaments and visiting parties that come that again have paid an invoiced fee, and therefore they don't register a green fee. So it would be fair to say we were somewhere between 8,000 and 10,000 golfing visitors a year.
And that's right up to date. We're not Predate?
That's right, up
Yeah,
to date.
Great, thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Are you able to give any indication of the amount of money that would be involved in terms of benefiting charities? Are there records kept of that?
Absolutely. We hold charity events at the golf club, and I can tell you the ones that we had last year. They include Nelson Hospice, the Fifeshire Foundation, Big Brothers Big Sisters, Rescue Helicopter, Port Nelson Charity Day, and they alter the charities they give the money to. Port Nelson, we also run days for Pink Ribbon Day for breast cancer and the men's prostate cancer.
Are you able to give the panel some idea of the amount that's raised?
It would certainly be in the region of about 300,000 a year. And the beauty of Nelson Golf Course being the venue for these events is quite simple. A, it's a wonderful golf course. But B, because of its locality to Nelson City Centre, businesses are allowed, or business people are allowed to take an afternoon off to go and play in these charity days. If they had to travel to, let's say, Onikaka Links in Takaka, it might prove difficult.
They might not be doing it.
They might not have that time unless they had their own helicopter.
Mr Drysdale, can we just step away from charities for a moment? Are there lots of other groups that use the golf club facilities?
Yes.
Outside of just playing golf?
Absolutely. I took over the presidency in 2017, and at that time we had contract caterers that ran the cafe and bar. My background business is building business turnover and profitability. So I did a business plan and presented it to the board, which was accepted, and we took the cafe and bar in-house. Since then, we have gone out to local businesses and community groups, and we now have 88 community groups that use our clubhouse. The total of those groups are in the region of 2,500 people involved in that come and use our clubhouse. We, our manager, Tony Watkins, who will be speaking later, was at a recent golf club managers conference, and one of the sections in that conference was the turnover from golf club bars and cafes. Nelson Golf Club was stated as having the second highest turnover in New Zealand golf clubs. Our turnover last year, financial year, was $750,000.
Sorry, go on, you finish that.
So I hope that gives an insight as to just how important the clubhouse is, as opposed to just the golf course.
Right, the last topic I want to take you to is the 18-hole reconfiguration, and I want you to look at the diagram up there. First of all, Mr Drysdale, are you aware of when discussions began in terms of an alternative reconfiguration around 18 holes going down the peninsula? Do you know from club records when that would have been?
Yes. The first discussion was in 2005.
And was that before your time?
I'm afraid it was.
And was that before Mr Thompson's time?
Yes, it would be.
And was that before Mr Barr's time?
I believe it would
It
be.
must have been.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Now, just looking at that plan, can you just step us through where the 18-hole reconfiguration goes?
Yes. As you say, the red line stays as is. The green line and the blue line running down the coast, you'll see a sign there that talks about the 80-metre mark. When we first spoke to the current management of the golf club, we indicated that if we were to get access through that grass runway area into the peninsula that goes right down to the yellow portion at the end, we would need 80 metres. That was then changed because the golf architect that we employed was told by council that we would need 20 metres from the shoreline before we could start looking at land to be used. So we went back to the airport and asked them for 175 metres into the grass runway area. The airport said they would consider it, but we had to sign a piece of paper that said if they went ahead with the survey on the safety aspect of parallel runways, we had to sign a piece of paper that said, should they come back after the survey and tell us that they could not give us 175 metres, we had to sign a life away by saying there was no other way of getting access. We weren't prepared to sign that paper.
Thank
so
you.
they haven't done that survey.
No, got you. So just for my benefit, so within the red line, which
Yep.
is what it wouldn't change,
Yeah.
isn't the clubhouse itself is inside the red line, isn't it? So is that
Correct.
that would be part of, you'd have to move that
We-
or do a
we-
new one somewhere?
We would lose the clubhouse, the car
Correct.
park,
Yes.
the pro shop, the caretaker's house, the greenkeeper sheds and maintenance sheds, and our irrigation pond.
So the just so I've got an idea, because we're not going to get into the donkey deep into the detail, but just so the reconfiguration proposal, presumably some thoughts been given by the golf club as to where those facilities would locate?
Yeah, I have. We gave the airport.
Yeah, you've obviously done
designs.
some work.
We had a golf architect come and we took him down to the land, and he's given us 3 options.
Great.
And those can be made available to you. And
No.
you may already have them on the submission.
I think they might be, yes. But it was just because we've done our site visit only last week, it just occurred to me that there's more than just
Absolutely.
holes in the ground, so to speak.
And that's the problem with the way the northern extension doesn't just affect the golf course.
No, I understand
It's
that.
everything else.
No, we understand that. Thank you.
I was just opening them up then, Ma'am, two questions. So
None,
we're at that point.
none. I've asked mine. So, do you have any questions, Counselor? Do you have any questions, David? Lindsay doesn't. Yeah. I think. No, that's very clear. Thank you. Very, very clear. As was your evidence, and thank you for that. And thank you for being very open with us. I do appreciate, as I mentioned to Mr. Fowler, these are, can be commercially sensitive issues, but it's really important that we understand these issues. So thank you for that. Right, we're ready for your next. Thank you very
Yes,
much.
The next witness is Mr. Grimes.
Thank you. Just while he's coming forward, what we've talked about at lunch was with regard to Mr. Lewis, what we'll do is once you've finished your case, we'll reflect on whether or not we have any questions for Mr. Lewis, and we'll inform you we'll do it openly, but we'll inform you through Harry Forster. So, yeah, thank you.
Very grateful,
And we'll
Ma'am.
do it in
Yeah.
writing, as you had suggested, and he can respond in writing.
Right.
Thank you.
Very grateful for that indication, that's all. Mr. Grimes, the panel's already read your evidence, and so you don't have to read it again, but you may care to just touch on one or two important points that you'd like to make. So would you like to do that?
I'd love to do that. Thank you.
Thank
you.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Matthew Grimes, and I'm currently a second-year trainee professional at Total Golf, which is located at Nelson Golf Club. Along with this, I am the junior convener of the club, and I oversee all the goings-on of the juniors there. I've also been a member of the club for 15 years, which is over half my life. I'm here today to oppose the Nelson Airport expansion to the north, as it would mean a significant decrease or worse destruction of Nelson Golf Club. Along with this, there will be a significant impact to the junior golfers of the club. I would like to revisit some of the key points of my submission. The first being my personal development as a young man through my junior years at the club. As a teenager, Nelson Golf Club not only provided me a space to chase my dreams on the course, but also provided me with a place to instill values such as discipline, perseverance, resilience, and most importantly, respect. This was also true for 6 of my best mates who were also juniors. We learnt golf etiquette, the value of sportsmanship, and the understanding of the importance of integrity and decency on and off the golf course. These learnings helped us achieve numerous things, but the one I'm most proud of is playing 156 holes in one day and raising $5,000 for the Fifeshire Foundation. Had we not grown up with such great culture, we would not have been able to achieve such things. Personally, I believe the skills, these skills are far more important for young people than the ability to play good golf. Extending the airport through the golf course will have a huge effect on our current juniors' social development. The people skills my mates and I gained would have been far less accessible had Nelson Golf Club not been where it is. This leads me to my second point, accessibility. A large majority of juniors at Nelson Golf Club are too young to drive, which means they rely on this accessibility of the club. The club is only 15 to 20 minute bike ride from most schools. I personally made the trip from Nelson College countless times during my time at school. As I pointed out in my submission, this breeds responsibility for young people, as it means they don't have to rely on mum and dad to take them. They could have taken it upon themselves to go to the golf course. My third point is all about family. There are multiple families who spend hours on end together at the golf course. For kids, this means having fun with mum, dad, grandma or granddad, and creates priceless memories. I know this because of my earliest memories of the golf club were going down with my dad, my granddad, and my brother, and playing a round of golf with my great-grandma's golf clubs. Not only has the golf course provided all these great skills and learnings, it now allows me to follow my passion. As I mentioned, I'm a second-year trainee professional, and the main reason I still live in Nelson is because of my job. This traineeship allows golfers my age a chance to start a career in golf, and taking this away could put a serious halt to that. This is because none of the other courses in Nelson will have me as a trainee. As a 24-year-old, I am now a homeowner and someone who contributes to the economy. The same can be said for Giannis, the first-year trainee I work with, who's only 21. Our job is important to our livelihood, but also the livelihood of other Nelsonians. Lastly, I want to express my concern for the future of junior golf at Nelson Golf Club by talking about my friend who has autism. I truly do not know where he would be without golf, and more importantly, Nelson Golf Club. The club has provided him with a safe space to be who he is, free of judgment and other difficulties he faces in his everyday life. He is now an employee of the club and is also the club champion. This in itself explains how golf can be a huge significance to a young man. He has the skills to perform well at work, but is also an exceptionally talented golfer. If there is anything you are going to take away from my evidence today, it is that Nelson Golf Club is not just a golf club. It is a community and a safe space for the youth of Nelson to grow, not only as golfers, but as people. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just making a note of your... I noted you mentioned 4 generations
Yep.
of golf, and then you mentioned your autistic friend, and I don't think you mentioned that in your evidence that he's an employee and a golf champion.
I don't know. I didn't.
No, that's okay.
It was just because of kind of didn't want to throw him into it, but I thought I'd better put it in that one.
Doesn't matter. You can throw him into it today instead. Yeah. No, thank you. Do you have any questions of this person?
Mr Grimes, I don't. That's really clear, and I appreciate the personal sentiment that you've expressed in
It
your
is very
submission.
clear, and it's a different perspective than what we've heard from others, and what we will hear from others as well.
Yeah, just one quick one. Do you know of within the other golf courses in the Nelson region, whether they have trainee professional programs as well?
So the reason they don't have a trainee professional program is because they don't have a PGA professional that could hold a trainee.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank
Mr.
you for
Grimes.
listening
Thank
today.
you. No, thank you for coming.
Ms Prue Bell.
Thank you. Find evidence. Welcome.
Thank you.
Now, once again, you'll have read Ms Bell's
Yes, we have.
statement of evidence.
Thank you.
She'll emphasise 1 or 2 points. I should mention that in another life she was an outstanding volleyballer and was an international. So she's well tuned to how sports organisations work, and also occupied a position of governance for many years in that sport.
Thank you.
So, Ms Bell, have you got some points you'd like to emphasise?
Yes, thank you for allowing me to speak here today. As Richard said, you've read what I've submitted, but more generally just want to speak to my family, extended family. I've had a combination of over 60 years involvement with Nelson Golf Club, ranging from my father-in-law, who played for many, many years at the club, through to my husband, myself and my children. My son was involved from when he was about 6, playing with his grandfather, so similar to what Matthew's discussed. Yeah. Those multi and cross-generational chances to play together are significant in our community and really make a difference in the young men and young women that we produce out of our region, and we've produced some great kids, and a lot have had involvement with the golf club. That respect and understanding, the chance to spend 4 hours, a grandfather with his grandson, playing the same sport, chance to discuss friends, for them to meet each other's friends, is hugely significant. I also want, I am a member of the golf club now myself for 11 years, having started once my youngest child left home. And I now play with a lot of the women, regular competition, and a lot of the women there, the golf club is a huge part of their lives, and range from, as we've said, the kids at school through to women in their 80s still playing, and a chance to play together, playing competitions together. We also, through the community groups, the numbers of which Derek mentioned, some like the grandparents raising grandchildren, and then the links that the golf club provide, we help support some of those by bringing clothes and resources for them to use. If those connections didn't exist through the golf club, that avenue would not be there. I know you've heard submissions, or going to be hearing from the beach camp, but I support their submissions and the effects that the extension of the airport will have on them. Also, the fact that our golf course as a links golf course is a relatively rare environment to play golf in, and I think we should value that. And I feel very sad that should this go ahead without allowing the golf course the capacity to reconfigure it and keep an 18-hole golf course, there's huge effects on the community, huge effects on the number of visitors that come, and I think that would be extremely sad. The huge usable green space that the Nelson Golf Club provides for people walking, biking, walking around the golf course is significant for the health and wellbeing of the community. And again, just to say for the charities, I think that's huge, what the Nelson Golf Club can help charities, so I want to reiterate the importance of that. And I just ask that we prioritise people and explore in more detail the option to extend in the other direction south. I appreciate that may not necessarily be a decision you can enforce, but I do think that if it can be put on hold for that to be further considered would be hugely valuable, given the effects this will have on the community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Bell. Would you answer any questions the panel might have?
Sure. Thank you. Do you have any questions? What about you, David? I thank you very much. I mean, again, just like the last presenter and also Mr Drysdale, it's really nice to get a different perspective from different users of the golf course, and you've given us a different perspective, which is really helpful, both in your presentation and also in your evidence. So thank you for that. It's much appreciated. Thank you.
The next witness is Mr Jeff Moffat.
Jolly good.
Now, Mr Moffat, you'll already be very clear on the drill, so we'll go straight.
You'd hope so.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I guess a lot of my comment will be similar to the sort of things Prue has said about the impact of the golf course not being there anymore. I've been a member of the club for about 25 years, and to say it's the recreational centre of my life would be an understatement. Golf is my main leisure, helps to keep me fit, and without being able to head down to the club for a game and meet my friends, that would leave a huge gap in life. Just to skip a bit of my written evidence, but if any of you at the table are golfers, I'm sure you'll understand the importance of golf as a place to make new friends and enjoy lots of different acquaintances. Golf is certainly a truly inclusive game, and Nelson Golf Club is typical, with people of all ages, backgrounds, types and work, male and female. I think we're a real microcosm of society.
Mm-hmm.
Traditionally, golf has played in a group of four, and in a random grouping you could be playing with oldies and young ones, 9-to-5 workers or high-powered professionals. You might start out as strangers, but by the end of those 4 hours you get to know one another pretty well as you walk and chat and share the highs and lows of golf. And then there's a drink in the clubhouse afterwards to cement a relationship. Golf is a fantastic place to network, there's no doubt about it. You can find out where to go to get a new set of tyres for your car, or a tip for a motel in Christchurch, or where to find a lawyer or accountant. In fact, you could well be playing with that very person. There's no other sport where you spend a few hours together doing something you all love. So yes, the Nelson Golf Club is that important to me, and I know of hundreds of others, in fact thousands, as Derek has alluded with his evidence, who enjoy a game at our wonderful course. For me, the club is handy to home for a spontaneous visit for practice, or for a game once or twice or more during the week, and as I get older, its proximity to home is even more valuable. With the loss of the golf club, that would be a devastating impact. I'd just like to allude to the booming nature of the game of golf in New Zealand, and of course that pertains to Nelson as well. I noted a New Zealand Herald report showing that the casual games of golf increased nearly 10% last year. Certainly Nelson reflects that boom, as you've already heard. I think perhaps COVID's had a lot to do with that, as people discover the joys of being out in the outdoors and enjoying company with friends, and enjoying a particularly frustrating game. I like to say that golf is moments of brilliance surrounded by mediocrity, but we keep coming back for more. If Nelson Golf Club ceases to be as it is, there's no alternative for me or many others, as others have alluded. Nelson is the only championship golf course in the centre, in the town, in the region. There's green acres, but it lacks the facilities, has no professional, and even though it's a pleasant place to play, it's not a championship layout. Motueka, it's too far away for many of us just to go and have a game of golf, and the Waihi Takaroa, which is only 9 holes, and serious or regular golfers, you know, you've got to play, it's like kissing your sister, you need to play 18 holes. So apart from its championship credentials, being able to host major tournaments, as we've already heard, like the recent South Island Seniors and in the past national championships, Nelson has facilities the others don't have. Matt's talked about the professional setup at Nelson. There's nothing like being able to go into the pro shop and talk to your pro and say, look, my game's falling apart, what can I do about it? Mm-hmm. And they might have an answer for you. And of course the pro shop is there with all the goods, the latest in equipment and so on. So to take all of that away from us, it would leave a huge gap. Just talking, that Matt and both Matt and Prue had alluded to the etiquette of golf. I had a game of golf the other day with a 10 or 11-year-old boy, and he was remarkable. He was beautifully mannered, knowed all the etiquette of golf and so on. And I thought, yeah, that's the sort of thing that young kids are getting out of this game. And Matt's talked about sort of just the accessibility of Nelson Golf Club for those young guys coming down here. So we'll get a kick out of seeing those young golfers do well at Nelson. Many have gone on to have scholarships in the US and compete on professional circuits. So without us, without the Nelson Golf Club, that wouldn't happen. So just to conclude, Nelson Golf Club for me is a place for casual and serious golf, lots of occasions to keep us bringing us back to the golf club and lots to look forward to, and that's important in life, isn't it? In fact, it's hard to think of a single place in Nelson that brings so many people together time after time every day of the week. For hundreds of us now, we're wondering about our future. Where would we be without this great facility? I ask you just to consider the upheaval this would cause to our lives if the airport proposal is allowed and the death warrant is signed for a club that means so much to so many. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Moffat. Would you answer any questions, please?
I don't have any, but I was going to say, and thank you for attaching that article. I mean, I have seen similar articles written about, you know, what COVID has done to different sporting events, including golf, throughout the country, but that was quite recent, so that was really, really helpful and interesting to read that. I'll just check whether my colleagues have any questions.
Mr Moffat, I don't have any questions, but I'm absorbing what you and your colleagues are saying, so thank you.
Thank you for the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr Moffat.
No, thank you very much.
The next witness is Tracy Nielsen.
Yes, I've got who's here. Thank you and welcome. And you just come with a different perspective, which is really good. Thank you. Very interesting.
Now, Ms Nielsen, I'll leave it to you to summarise or hit the high points that you would like to emphasise.
Thanks. Kia ora, I'm Tracy. I'm the Program Director for Big Brothers Big Sisters. We have been operating in New Zealand for 25 years ourselves, and rather interestingly, Dannevirke were the inaugural branches. We're one of the biggest branches in New Zealand. There's more demand for our services than ever right now.
I would have thought so.
Yeah, and the complexity of needs of the children who come onto our program. Across the region, we've got 188 young people matched with volunteer mentors. We've got lots more children on the waiting list. So obviously, for any not-for-profit right now, fundraising is challenging. We're fortunate with some grants, but we really rely on fundraising. We have 2 annual fundraising events, and we've been really well supported by Nelson Golf Club for the last 3 years, and we'd like to see many more years to come. It's such a accessible facility that I think everyone has referred to today. When we were putting together the submission, we were like, well, why not Greenacres? Location-wise, it's not as accessible. We have a lot of participants in our fundraising golf day who will work in the city for the morning and then come across to the golf course. But it's just we raise in the facility of $20,000 to $30,000 to match one young person with a mentor. Costs us about $1,800 per annum. So we are assisting as many as 12 to 15 young people a year with the money we raise at the golf club. I'm actually a New Zealand Police employee. They believe in early intervention. A young person on our program is $1,600 a year. Getting a young person into prison is $150,000 a year.
It's a no-brainer, really, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah, and so, we're very grateful of the support the Nelson Golf Club has given us, and we'd really hope that this can continue into the future.
Thank you. No, that's very clear. Thank you very much. I noticed that you're a police employee, which is good of you to remind us. No, thank you very much. And that just it's really helpful to have that perspective, because it's one of the things that Mr. Fowler included in his sort of opening remarks about the different things that a golf club actually offers. It's not just about offering the opportunity for people to come along and play golf. It's got a whole range of other important things that it does. So thank you. Any questions, Lizzie? No. Thank you. No questions? It's not an indication that they haven't fully absorbed what you've said. Not at all. It's fine. Just it's an indication of is how very clear the submissions are. Yeah, all the evidence is.
The next witness is Mr. Glyn Delaney.
Welcome.
Afternoon.
Oh, you used to work Did you used to work at the pro shop?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. I've just opened your evidence. Thank you.
I've sort of been the person who's done the full route at the golf club, if you like.
Very good.
I first became a member of the golf club when I was 11 years old. Got hooked on the game, as you do, and basically followed my passion for quite a number of years, following a little white ball around, popping it into the odd hole. And the Nelson Golf Club has basically moulded me into the person I am today. I can't thank the golf club enough for what they've done for me. Look, I get a bit emotional about this, to be fair.
That's all right.
It means a lot to me about the golf club, and to hear, now that I'm not involved as much as I was, and to hear that it could be lost was just absolutely devastating when I first heard about it. You know, playing amateur golf in New Zealand was obviously a highlight for a young boy, and there's absolutely no way that I could have achieved that without the facility which is Nelson Golf Club. The golf course itself is the only championship golf course north of Christchurch.
Yep.
So if you think about that again, it's the only championship golf course. So if it's taken away, there is absolutely no facility for any budding golfer north of Christchurch to be able to chase their dreams and to become a professional.
Yep.
There is only professional coaching at the golf club, at Nelson Golf Club.
Yep.
It just blows my mind that it can be just taken away so simply by someone wanting to extend an airport runway. Being the professional at the golf club I was the teaching professional. I taught a lot of people in this room. Hopefully you're still playing all right.
They might talk to you afterwards.
Yeah, they might. You know, you just meet so many amazing people. Great place to work. Everyone, when they play good golf, they celebrate in style. When they play bad golf, it's my fault. But apart from that, I've met so many amazing people, both from when I was playing the game, but also as the head professional, teaching professional. You know, I know that at my time as from the professional at the club, there was discussions about, you know, the airport possibly extending and doing a land swap for creating an 18-hole facility. The talk of making Nelson Golf Club a 9-hole facility just is basically criminal in my mind. It's an 18-hole championship golf course, and it needs to stay that way. Now, I'm no longer involved at the golf club from a professional standard. I now am one of the main sponsors of the golf club because it's done so much for me in the past. It's only the least I could do is give back. And part of my submission was to talk about a young guy that I think Matt's already spoken about.
Yes.
That was probably one of the highlights of my life, to be fair, to help that young fella. And now to see him as the club champion, every time I see him, I just want to give him a big hug.
Yeah,
It's
that's great.
such a cool story.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really have too much more to say, really.
No, well, what you've done though, which is really helpful in your written evidence, is you've indicated why this can't be replicated at another place in the region, why this particular club is really important, not only from those personal reasons that you have indicated, but also in terms of its kind of look and feel, you know, those kind of the physical location, the kind of course it is, you know, all of that sort of thing. That's really useful. And thank you for that information about it being the only championship course north of Christchurch. That's quite helpful to understand that. I think we might have known that, or one of the commissioners would have known that. So no, thank you for that. Do you have any
No, I
questions
don't.
of this
Thank you.
witness? Yes, go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Delaney. Very understanding of what you're saying. Mr. Fowler has asked the panel to give a direction to pause the process, and we'll talk about that in due course. One of the reasons for that would be to for the golf club and the airport company to further discuss reconfiguration matters. And Mr. Drysdale talked about some of the options for reconfiguration that the golf architect had produced. And I think he referred to 3 options.
Yep.
Whilst you're here, I just thought I'd take the opportunity to ask whether you'd seen those options and whether you had any view on their practicality and worth, I guess, in terms of their ability to achieve a similar golfing experience to both professional and amateur and daytime golfers that you've alluded to already that the current configuration gives.
I haven't personally seen the 3 options, but what I know the
You
architect.
can see from there, yeah.
I know the architect involved,
Yes.
and he's very well respected. So, I would say that if he's coming up with 3 different options, then I'd say all 3 options would be viable.
Yes.
The true nature of the links layout needs to be retained, obviously.
Sure.
And having actually more seaside holes would be beneficial.
Sure. Okay, so the experience might be different, but that's not to say that it would be less.
Wouldn't be less. No.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Okay.
No, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Delaney. Much appreciated.
Now, Mum, we've been rattling along.
You're doing
So,
really well,
doing very well.
actually. And I hope people don't feel disappointed that we're not asking lots of, searching
No,
questions. There's, how things go.
We certainly do.
Absolutely.
So what will happen now, I'll see if Mr. Mark Sheehan is available, because he was going to be coming in, we think, a little bit after this, but I'll just see if he's in the room. And if he is, he'll be the next witness, and if he isn't, we'll get Mr. Watkins forward.
No, that's
Because we're
fine.
still a little bit short of 3:30.
And we are a bit short of 3:30, and but we can be flexible about, when we break.
Right,
as well. So
SOS goes out to Mr. Mark Sheehan. Is he in the room? No. All right, Mr. Watkins, please.
are you happy to go a little bit earlier than you expected?
Yeah.
Great.
Now, Mr. Watkins, as you know, the panel's read your evidence, so I think what we probably can do with you, if there are any points you want to highlight, can we check that first?
Yeah, sure. Look, I've been involved with sport all my life, and it's a big part of my life. I've played for New Zealand in indoor cricket for many years, and sport is just an amazing thing. So to take that away from Nelson, I did a bit of research around other councils and golf clubs. There are no other councils in the country the size of Nelson that don't have an 18-hole course associated with them. So if this was to happen, we would be the only council area that doesn't have an 18-hole course. So I bring that up. I guess the main things for me, and Glenn Delaney just spoke a little bit earlier, and he undersold himself a little bit as well, because he also runs the Summit Hospice charity, which started 2 years ago. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you've raised $50,000 each year for that charity, for hospice in Nelson. So it's one of our bigger charities, and he does an amazing job getting people to come to that, with about 130 people competing in the tournament once a year. So, I'd also like to just reiterate a little bit, and I know you asked some questions about Mrs. Brand's testimony and about little or no effect to the region. I understand her premise about, look, we've got 18-hole golf courses within the wider region, but I think, as you've heard from a number of our members, a lot of them actually, you know, we've just had to put in cycle racks at Nelson Golf Club to accommodate up to 20 cycles that often just come down, cycle down for the day, then go and play golf and then head home. They wouldn't be able to do that if they went to Green Acres, and certainly wouldn't be able to do that if they went to Motueka, because it would take them the day to get there, and they'd have to sleep overnight to come home. So I certainly I back up Mr. Drysdale's evidence in terms of the recreational side of things. If it was to be lost locally, it would be enormous. The other thing that we are very proud of at Nelson, I suppose, is that we hold national events there. There are no other golf courses in the top of the South Island that hold national events. So we're the only one that's held the juniors. We've held the senior championships for the last 3 years. And we get a really good following. Mr. Drysdale also sold himself a little bit short. He started 10 years ago, he started the Festival of Golf that brings in about 130 people for a whole week in Nelson and a whole week's experience in Nelson. And predominantly they play Nelson, but we take them out to Green Acres to play around at Green Acres for a day, and then another round out at Motueka for the day, and then they're back playing Nelson. So they're here for a whole week, and NRDA, who is a great supporter from the council of the golf club and this particular tournament, realise how much money that brings into the region, with over probably 110 of those people that are playing from outside the region coming into this region. And that just wouldn't happen if Nelson Golf Club were to go. I also kind of mirror Mr. Drysdale's evidence in regard to talking with the airport. In 2000, I work at the airport. I work at the golf course. My background actually is I did work with the airports and have worked with Mr. Barr in the past in Queenstown. I ran an advertising company that just ran airports, so I spent a lot of time at different airports and different airport conferences. So I have a good feeling for the aviation industry as well. But I guess from my perspective, and I'm sorry I lost my train of thought there.
You were just going to mention the discussions with the airport, I think.
Yeah. So the discussions with the airport around what's feasible and what's not feasible, I think that we've been blindsided as a golf club. I think, as our lead councillor has mentioned about going to the Public Works Act, while the evidence, as you see, what we've been shown and what the airport has told us, is that this is just the first step, and there might be further steps, but this first step actually stops us from actually getting to our land. And if civil aviation say, and Mr. Munro's evidence, and he was pretty thorough about his evidence about needing 240 metre reces, there's no way that we can actually get onto the golf course. Because the reeser actually goes right to our boundary line where our greenkeeper shed is. I guess the other evidence, and probably the last one for me, is we don't think that there's been any real discussion about the actual cost of going north versus south. And you'll see in my evidence that I've kind of, and I call it on the back of a napkin because, look, as a golf club, we don't have a huge amount of money. We're a sporting organisation, and we haven't gone out and we haven't got quotes and we haven't done a lot of homework. We've made a little bit of money over the last 6 years. This year we'll make a substantial loss for a golf club, and it's based on having to defend or defend what we think is a reasonable position that we have. But I guess doing the back of the napkin, looking at what it would cost us, we've got about a 600 metre clubhouse at the moment, which obviously caters for a lot of different groups that you talk about. I've had a quote from different builders, and again, they are players at the club, so commercial builders. It could be anywhere between $11 and $15 million just to do that. The Golf architect has told us that to rearrange down the far end of the peninsula, minimum of $1 million per hole, and we're going to need about 10 holes down there. It's not just the reconfigure. We're going to have to reconfigure a number of our different holes that we have. All of the amenities that Mr. Drysdale talked about, all of those would have to be completely redone. I've also got a report which the airport were kind enough to share early on about the effects on the shoreline, particularly down in the blue area that you can see there, which came from Tompkin Taylor. And in 40 to 50 years, there is a real possibility that without shoring up of the shoreline, that some of that area could be washed away. So as a golf club, one of the things that we want to make sure, and one of the things that we're telling our players and everybody, that we want to make sure that we're here for the next 100 years. We've been here 127 years. We want to be here for another 100 years. So part of shoring up that area, which in effect helps the airport because it shores up their runway and everything else as well, because it won't be prone to flooding. There's a large amount that would be required to do that. So I have a ballpark figure, which I don't believe is in, and I can't see it anywhere, but I think it's somewhere between 60 to 100,000 that it will cost us to relocate. 60 to 100 million for us to relocate under the Public Works Act.
Yeah. Thank you. I think I was just going to say your comments and your evidence about, and you didn't need to repeat them today, but about your experience of being at lots of different clubs, having played at lots of different clubs in New Zealand, your experience in this part of the world specifically, you've got Tasman, and it's very, very helpful because you've been able to provide us with additional information about how this club compares to other clubs, which is really helpful to have that in front of us as evidence. And given that the evidence to date has largely just focused on a couple of, 18-hole clubs in the region, it's quite nice to get a different perspective, and thank you for that. Did you have any questions?
No, I don't. Thank you.
No, it's very clear. Thank you. Are you good? Very good. No, thank you very much. And the numbers that you've given us, again, that's really helpful to get a feel for. It's all very well getting a plan and, or back of an envelope plan, but actually putting some numbers around what's, because I intuitively would have thought the numbers would be quite big, but you have confirmed that, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
What do you want to do, Miss?
First of all, check to see whether Mr. Sheehan's here, because, thank you, because I see we're 322, are we?
About that, yeah.
I'm in your hands.
If you want to get, so you've got.
We've only got Mr. Carlyon after this, so what we could do, we could take Mr. If you would prefer. We can take Mr. Sheehan now.
I'm happy to have Mr. Sheehan here.
And then if we broke for afternoon tea and there's only Mr. Carlyon, but of course he's going to take a little longer than the.
Just checking before we do. Yeah, get Mr. Sheehan up.
Yes.
Mr. Farnsworth, not Mr. Farnsworth. It's not Farnsworth, isn't it?
Yes.
Is it Farnsworth? It isn't available. No, that's fine. Yeah. And what about, wasn't there a Mr. Paulin? Is it Paulin?
He's not available.
Is he not available? No, that's okay. We've got his evidence. Yes. I just wanted to make sure that I hadn't missed somebody, or you hadn't missed somebody. But thank you, Mr. Sheehan. Welcome.
No, thank you.
Now, Mr. Sheehan, since you've just arrived, I'll just tell you what the drill is. If you can just give a quick summary of what you think are one or two of the high points of your evidence, statement of evidence, because the panel's read it. They've already read your evidence. So just pick the one or two key points. I know you've been alerted to this, but I'm saying it publicly.
Sure.
No, that's all right. Thank you.
And then they'll ask you questions.
No problem.
Right.
Oh, thanks for having me. The key points, I guess, from my perspective, I've been involved in a number of charities over the years, since I've been a member at Nelson Golf Club, and the ability to put on fundraising events at an 18-hole golf course in the central city or close to central city. A lot of these charities are very reliant on the income that's generated from these tournaments. So that would be number one. There's 2 or 3 charities or not-for-profits I've been associated with that have required that. And the second part is we've been supporters of the golf course for a number of years, and just having that the business house, I guess you call it, the business house golf throughout the summer is from a commercial perspective, the ability for a number of small businesses, and probably not the sort of businesses you think, it's generally trades, plumbers, builders, that sort of thing, to be able to get together in reasonably large numbers throughout the summer and network. The course is a great facility to be able to do that, and there's nothing else in the region that would be able to supply it, in my opinion, for the charity or the business.
Thank you very much. Would you answer any questions, please, the panel mighty?
Yes, and I think one of the charities, the big, was it Big Brother, Big Sister, mentioned the fact that having, and I think Mr Drysdale did too, being so close to the CBD is really helpful for businesses to be able to allow their staff to go off for the afternoon or whenever it happens to be during the day, just for a short period of time, and that would be pretty obvious to the trades, people who work for themselves and trades and stuff as well. I just noticed, I love your admission and your evidence that you're not a good golfer. I'm not either, which is readily apparent to anyone I play with.
I guess it's kind of. I mean, it's funny, especially if you play with me. But it's just to say, I'm not particularly, avid golfer.
Yeah, I was just going to say, yeah.
I see the benefit for the community more.
No,
than
absolutely.
my personal
No,
side.
thank you. That's really helpful. I didn't have any other questions. I think that's very helpful, and get that sort of other, business person perspective of the importance of the golf club from a charitable perspective, from a charity's perspective, is really helpful.
Thank you very much,
Mr. Fowler, I assume we've gone through all of your, I don't want to call them
All
lay
the witnesses as to fact, yes.
Yes, I think
Yeah.
lay witnesses isn't
Fact,
really the right word, to be honest. But yes.
So there's just Mr. Carline.
Mr. Carline. Now, we are up to the break for a cup of tea.
Yes.
Or whatever it is, or coffee, if you prefer. And then when we come back, we'll hear from Mr. Carline, and that would be great.
Yeah.
So we will take... Oh, actually, before we do that, I've got a little piece of housekeeping I need to discuss. So, as I mentioned at the beginning of today, or somewhere near the beginning of today, with regard to the presentation or the presentation of evidence from the council, and we've got Ms Wilson has been sitting throughout the proceedings, Ms Hampton, who's the economics expert witness, was planning on flying in to present on Friday. Mr Lloyd isn't available, so he was never going to be flying in anyway. So what I think we're going to do, because as much about anything, it's to give the council team an opportunity to reflect on everything they've heard. There's a bit of homework for them, and we have asked them to present the same thing that everyone else has done, which is, a summary statement of their evidence, so that reflects on what they've heard. It answers some of the matters that have been raised in the course of this week. We think it's only fair that we give them time to do that. So our plan is to hear from them online, so live online, next Thursday. We have discussed with them that day, so we're just going to work out whether that's afternoon or morning time. It'll be for a couple of hours. Their summary statements will be provided in advance, but probably no earlier than Wednesday, and everyone will be given a link to do what they can do for these proceedings as well, to listen in. Obviously, we're the only ones that are here to ask questions of them anyway. So I just thought I'd signal that now, more for Ms Wilson, because she needs to get in touch with Natalie Hampton. So that's the plan. And I think it just takes a little bit of pressure off her in particular, trying to write up a whole lot of notes and thoughts and, each night, so that then she can come back and present to us, late on Friday. So that's the plan. The only difference for everyone in the room is that you won't have to physically be in the room to listen, but it will all be available either live, or if you can't watch it live, after it will be available immediately after it's been presented. And the summary statements will also be available through the website. So I just thought I'd let you know that, so that you know what our plan is. And then on Friday, I'll be indicating a couple of other thoughts we have. One is in relation to our thoughts on planning conferencing, which obviously affect one of your witnesses, Mr Fowler, and the other one is thoughts with regard to reply, and what I'm thinking in terms of how that's going to work. We'd have to allow the conferencing to take place first before we can formally close the hearing. So, and we have to reflect on what you've asked us to reflect on, in terms of, do we close the hearing or do we do what you've asked, which is to essentially direct something to happen and set some timeframes around that, which wouldn't be closing the hearing either. So just a few moving parts we need to manage, but I just thought I'd let you know. But that was particularly for Ms Wilson, so she can let Natalie Hampton know. So thank you. Thank you, Harry. So we'll come back at about 4:45. Lovely. Thanks very much. from Mr. Carline. Right. Welcome.
Kia ora.
Haven't seen you for a while. Right. Oh, sorry, my laptop's locked me out now. Okay, thank you. So we're in your hands in terms of how you want to present your evidence to us. I guess to say that the submissions from Mr. Fowler were very, very clear with regard to the alternatives consideration, which is a big part of your evidence. So just over to you, really.
Tēnā koutou, Madam Chair, Commissioners, thanks for the opportunity. Mr. Fowler correctly introduced me before as just Mr. Carline, so I'm going to do my best to live down to that
Just.
over the next 10 or so minutes. I have some very general comments to make, and then
Yes.
we'll just simply open up for questions from the panel as you see fit.
Do you have a written statement, Mr. Carline?
No,
Just
my
what-
evidence in
just-
chief, and this
yeah.
is simply off the back of observations made this week. And,
Okay, that's helpful. I'll just make
so I
some
can
notes.
provide that to you in a written form if that's helpful.
That might be helpful. I'll come to that after we've heard from you. Okay, thank you.
And just to say, I think I've been trying to use words that are not quite so dramatic, but I generally dread expert witness conferencing. And in this particular case, we've had 3 days of it, and I think it's been entirely productive and useful, and particularly with the leadership of Ms. Oliver in that process. And I think there will be, if we're directed on that path, real value in further caucusing on that basis. So there are a number of things that I'd identified in my evidence in chief and have observed through the proceedings this week, online and then present today. And they are as follows. In my view, the notice of requirement and plan change are problematic for the Nelson Golf Club and the golf course itself. And they've been described in submissions from the course membership as providing an existential threat, and Mr. Fowler spoke to that a little bit earlier. And I've been trying to think about whether that is catastrophising, but actually, when we think about that, we think about it in the degree to which the proposal from Nelson Airport challenges the golf course in a concrete way, and in actual fact, its existence is clearly threatened by the proposal. I also have to say that it's been very hard to engage in some of the expert caucusing with planners in relation to the fine detail of the provisions, and that'll be clear in my evidence in chief. But it's because the proposal advanced by the airport will see the disestablishment of the golf club, and there I was going to say 111-year association with the site, but I heard earlier 120-year or so association with the site. And on that basis, just as is often the case with conditions on consents, it's really difficult to think about separation distances and the issues that we've been covering constructively in expert caucusing, where your client's interests are simply removed. In my view, the proposal generates significant adverse effects both on the club members, and you heard that today, and on the golf course itself, so the organisation, its members and the course. And that has only in the last few days been really thoroughly tested in relation to expert witnesses in particular disciplines. The key one being recreation, where it was acknowledged that there are significant adverse effects. And Madam Chair, you qualified that a little earlier when you were speaking to that. And I think the key thing is that they've been assessed at a scale that is different to the interests of the golf course. Having said that, unless I'm mistaken, I think the planner for Nelson Airport still maintains the view that the effects are no more or less than minor. The word that keeps getting used is in the round. I'm not sure if that's appropriate anymore.
Just a point of clarification, because you might not have been here, Mr. Carline. I particularly asked Mr. Bendon a question on that, and she said that that was her finding from a regional perspective, but at a local perspective, she accepted that the effects were significant.
That's right, yes. Yeah, and I heard that observation Yeah. So I guess I go on to say there that the key methodologies used by the experts for Nelson Airport are founded either on the assumption that the golf course is no longer in existence, which was my observation in joint witness conferencing when we were talking about noise, or that the effects have been assessed at a level to the degree that they were then determined to be minor or non-existent. And to my view, that approach is not orthodox and has discounted a number of particularly relevant effects. You've heard those spoken to in some detail this afternoon at a variety of temporal or spatial scales, as is normally the case for applications of this type, for resource consents, for NORs or plan changes. So I think that process has, by some form of omission, not allowed us to get to a place where critical effects have been evaluated in the way that they should have. And it seems to me that in minimising those effects, it has led to the position where alternative options have not been properly considered, and the requirement to demonstrate that the work and the designation are reasonably necessary is not able to have been undertaken in the way that it should have. The data-rich environment that would inform that sort of decision-making just simply doesn't exist. The lay and expert evidence from the golfing community highlights a number of matters that I've taken into account. Firstly, that there are adverse effects that are, demonstrable, and then the other critical thing, I think, which has come to the fore in the last couple of days from a large number of stakeholders, but the golfing community in particular, is that there is a desire to engage with Nelson Airport Limited. I've heard them described today as not being the enemy, as groups wanting to get along, as being a neighbour. And when you fly into the airport, as I did early this morning, there are people playing golf 50 metres away from where you land. So these are communities of interest that are completely intertwined. So I've heard that there is a desire for parties to try and find a way to coexist at that site. And that was identified in the second joint witness statement of planners at an expert level, where Mr Bonus and I agreed that a constructive professional process to align those interests should be undertaken. For clarity's sake, I think it needs to be undertaken inside this process. It should not be a process that is undertaken at a future time within the alternative methods that are available at the point that a designation is, being
You mean Public
exercised.
Works Act, don't you?
Absolutely,
Yeah,
I do. I think it's a completely inappropriate process to address effects or to provide for the interests of the golf course and the golfing community. The applicant has identified that there's very narrow scope to respond to the alternative approaches or requests that have come from the golf course or have come through caucusing and the like. I'm just hoping that's not my phone.
No, I don't think it is.
No, it's gentle music. So. And that includes requests that include bespoke responses, so the north-south instead of either north or south. Potentially even removal of the grass runway or no extension at all. And so those scenarios haven't been thoroughly tested. And again, I come back to the earlier view expressed to you that the data to support that is just not available at the present time. In my opinion, it is available to you as the requiring authority to amend the scope of the notice of requirement or direct submitter engagement in relation to further consideration of the sorts of issues being raised through an adjournment of the hearing. And in my view, if that doesn't occur, with the outstanding policy and challenges associated with significant adverse effects, it strikes me that it would be highly problematic to provide for the requests of the Nelson Airport through the plan change and designation, which is where most of our focus and attention has been, in a way that the outcomes would be consistent with the purposes of the Act. So they're my general observations that are drawn from this last week and from my evidence before you. I'm
And
happy
your
to
joint
answer any
witness
questions.
statement,
Yes, and
yeah.
the 2 or 3 joint witness statements, yes.
I wasn't going to do this now, but I am going to do this now because I actually think you would like to confer and either do that openly in front of us or ask to have a chance to talk privately. Look, what you've invited us to do is to essentially put a hold on the process, so pause the process in order to allow for further discussions, essentially, to take place with the golf club with a view to seeing whether or not a resolution can be reached. Now, we're not in a position to agree to definitely do that, but what we want to know is what does a pause look like, and specifically, how long would it be for? Is the process in terms of if the outcome is an agreement has been reached, then what does that look like, and then what does that mean for what we have to do in this process? What changes does it mean for the plan change and the notice of requirement, and how would they be dealt with? But if an agreement isn't reached, then of course, you know, we're back to where we are at the moment. But so what I'm going to ask, and you've mentioned it, Mr. Carline, which is why I'm saying it to you while you're sort of as part of a question, really, and you might want to confer, and Mr. Fowler might want to answer. What I'm going to propose, you can give me your thoughts now, but what I think would be helpful would be to put those thoughts in writing, to get those in writing thoughts to us by Friday. We then must give the airport company an opportunity to respond, and in responding to those views, I will allow them to also respond to your submission points. It's like a mini reply, if you like, to those submission points you made in your legal submissions with regard to what 171B means around alternatives, and also your submissions with regard to the Public Works Act and the limitations of that process. I think it's only fair that they have an opportunity to respond to those as well. Plus, whatever it is you're proposing to say about what does a pause look like. So my thinking is, if you want to say something about that now, and you want a chance to have a quick chat about that first, that's fine. I then think you should put it in writing before the close of business on Friday, because that's the time when we'll be adjourning the hearing. And then I think the airport company should be given a week, so next Friday, to respond in writing. And then only after we've got that will we be in a position to form a view, which we will do. It doesn't affect the timeframe I talked about for hearing from the council, because there are other things that are important to hear from them about, but they can be mindful of this potential possibility. It may or may not affect all of the planning conferencing, because remember, we've still got the Tahuna Beach Camp to think about, so we've just got to turn our mind to all of those things. But I think it's only fair that we give, rather than just let you go and then form a view, I actually think it would be, for us, what we really want to know is, what do you think that pause looks like, and what would the outcome of that pause look like? So, for example, if changes needed to be made if the airport company agreed, then would changes need to be made to the plan change? And would that be done by way of, I don't know, a variation or some other, I don't know. Likewise with the notice of requirement, how would that, what would it look like physically? And I just think we need some submissions about that.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does, Madam Chair. I certainly would be wanting to take instructions and to confer
course,
with,
yes.
and very happy, and indeed it seems a very sensible process that you've suggested regarding how we deal with this. I will float one or two observations now, since we've got the time.
Absolutely.
And it's really to put it out there so that both the panel and, for that matter, the airport company and even my own team can hear
Ponder
what
your
that.
thoughts.
I'll be quick. I won't be long. The first observation I would make is that, of course, we're just focusing here on that 171 consideration of an alternative piece.
Correct.
Reasonable necessity that the Tahuna Beach Camp people were running, or even more general objections under the
Yep.
plan change, are a different matter.
Totally.
And they would trump everything.
Yes. Agreed.
Because if they succeed on those points, on say reasonable necessity,
Absolutely.
that's game, set and match. And that's why I didn't address it particularly. Because
No, and I agree. And we're not suggesting that this bit, this component, in some way takes away the consideration that we need to make to that bigger picture.
No, that's right. But of course, if they may well but they probably will have to take the position of saying, well, we don't care about that 171 alternative skid because this is our case about reasonable necessity.
Absolutely, and we have to form a view
No,
about
no
that.
problem with that.
Yeah.
The second observation I would make is that there's a difference between giving a direction and getting agreement. We would like to think that we would get. Sorry, I go back a step. On the adequate consideration point.
Yes.
You know, a first instance response to that might be, well, you haven't considered it. So a brutal response would be fail. Again, game, set and match. That's the end of it.
Correct.
You haven't considered that. You've really got to start again.
Yep.
So, but what I was developing for you deliberately was another option, which is that the issue of exploring this alternative, and of course it's touched on in the joint witness statement there by two eminent planners have identified that there's fertile ground for exploration there. So if that's the track we go down, again, on that, there's a little fork in the pathway there between directing that a particular alternative is considered and the airport company comes back with the results, including after conferring with the golf club, and inviting agreement, which in a sense is actually a more powerful incentive because you're saying, look, there seems to be a real possibility here. Why don't you go away, talk about it? Because you two might be able to come back with a solution that works, and we continue on with the hearing, and you both get what you want.
Yep.
So there's a wee fork in the road there that has to be addressed.
We're not quite at the point where we can
decide
which fork to take, I'm afraid.
No. But I'm just pointing it out in terms
No, I
of...
know that.
Yeah.
I know that.
And in terms of, with regard to, I never for a moment thought that there would be, other than a full opportunity given to the airport company to reply to my 171 point and the other issues, the PWA issue and so on, and fully expected, and they must be given the opportunity to respond to that because they may take the position that's just totally wrong.
Yeah, and look, even if you were to indicate in a bit more detail what, and include some of the things you've just said, we're giving them an early opportunity to respond to those matters.
Yes.
At this point in time, that would be our thinking. Because you're quite right, we need to consider the alternatives reasonably necessary tests from a much bigger perspective than just this. But from the, given you've put this forward as a suggested option for addressing the golf course's, significant concerns. We just think it's wise to give the parties an opportunity to let us know what they think about that.
Oh, indeed.
And if we agree, an opportunity to explore whether or not there is a solution to be found.
And Madam Chair, we would embrace that with alacrity.
Because remember, this is a designation.
Yes.
With a designation, we aren't the decision maker.
No.
So, it's not.
But very, very persuasive, particularly with a heavyweight.
You'd like to think so, but it doesn't always pan out that way. But so a collaborative approach would probably be desirable. But I think that, and from the golf club's perspective, I would have thought that you would rather have that opportunity.
Indeed.
Well, we'd deal with this issue first.
Yes.
Without us just landing a recommendation, without exploring this opportunity to have a look at this issue.
Yes. In terms of, I'll take a punt at those more longer horizon matters that you raised, but not all of them, because there's at least one or two I can't really answer at the moment. But what would it look like, and how long would it be for? Well, I think it would be unavoidable that you'd be looking at 2 or 3 months to formulate.
We're not. This is a long horizon. This.
And it has been done, and I've had direct experience where an NOR has been paused for this sort of purpose, where one goes off and explores these sorts of things and comes back. And the issues of scope, of course, are interesting. What's oddball about this is because the fundamental taking, that's the red line, remains the same, and it's a change in methodology that is pretty internal in terms of affecting really only the proponent of the NOR. You actually haven't, my initial impression is we haven't got any really cruel scope issues, but you can deal with those by directing some degree of further notification.
Yeah.
What I mean by that is if the airport and the golf club came back and said, well, we have reached an accommodation going forward, this is what it looks like, you could, even if it's not strictly necessary, you could direct some further form of notification.
Yeah, we have the power to do that. Yeah.
Yes, and it's been done before.
Yes, it has.
That's really about as far as I would be prepared to go right now in even having a punt at
that's fine.
Your questions. What changes to the plan change, I think, is I really couldn't, and it would take someone more skilled than me, a planner, to have a closer look at that. I couldn't venture.
And all you would need to say is that it might necessitate some. It would need further work. That's all we need at this stage.
Yeah.
So that's our thinking on it. Sorry, Mr. Carline. It's something you've actually postulated yourself. So I was just raising it now because it followed up. It segued very nicely into what you said.
I think we could by Friday produce
just something that just in writing.
Plotting,
it's just something for the airport company to respond to. Yeah.
Plotting the sort of course that I've just outlined as what the possibilities are.
Correct.
And where the forks in the road might be.
Yeah, and we still have to form a view.
Yes. Yeah.
If I could assist with that, Mr. Fowler, but before I do, the rationale for doing it, I don't think you need to overthink.
Right.
I'd hate to think that we got bogged down in a 171 B versus A approach.
No. Okay.
Why we're suggesting that is very much along the collaborative approach suggestion from you, that you've quoted from Mr. Carline.
I'll take your point on board. Yeah. It won't be a reiteration of our argument.
Yes.
It will be.
You don't need to do that.
And the reason I say that is it may be that the airport company come back on a without prejudice basis to that argument.
Yeah.
In a wider spirit of corporate entity to agree to that.
Yes.
They may not, but But more importantly, in terms of what you're going to produce for Friday, what would particularly help us, I think, are the following 5 matters.
Yep.
Outlining what the purpose of that collaboration is and its scope. Now, as I understood it, it's about seeing whether a reconfigured golf course can be agreed on and what the land mass associated with that might be.
Yep.
That's how I understood that
Yes,
how
it
you
is.
sold it.
Yes.
I didn't understand that you were suggesting it was to discuss alternative configurations to the runway to
No.
the south.
No, we're not. No, it's not. The 18-hole reconfiguration does not involve any
No.
expansion
No,
to the south.
that's good. So
No.
that might be as
Yeah.
simple as saying what it involves and what it doesn't involve and its purpose. Secondly, it would be useful to know who would be in the who would be in the tent.
Yeah.
What sort of personnel would need to be present? What
Yes.
entities? Is it just a matter between the golf course and the airport company? Does it involve is it ring fenced to those, or does there need to be
Only
some
council people.
council people? So
Yeah.
I'm just thinking on the
Yes.
cuff here.
Yep.
So that's the who question, the when and the how long. When should it occur and how long? You've already indicated 2 to 3 months.
Yep.
No. And
No,
then the fifth matter is really about the process. If there's an agreement, and it may be, a memorandum of understanding as opposed to an agreement, how does that impact on Plan Change 30 and the NOR? Notwithstanding what you said about scope and what Mr. Carline said about scope, about the powers of the panel to modify a requirement, there's still the issue about whether there need to be a variation to PC 30 to regularise that.
That's extremely helpful. Thank
Yeah,
you.
and presumably, finally, if there's no agreement, then your client would reserve its position. Yes, okay.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
So that's our thinking, and what I was thinking with the airport company, they will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make a preliminary comment about this on Friday, but they will have a proper opportunity to respond in writing once we've got your comments in writing as well. Okay. But given it doesn't, apart from Nelson, well, it sort of involves Nelson City, but apart from them, there really isn't any other party that's specifically involved or affected, as far as I can tell.
No, Madam Chair. As I say, it's in a sense, this situation is both a curse and a blessing. The blessing bit is that it's very tight. It scope issues and therefore questions of having to notify others look pretty skinny, if they're there at all, because in terms of the change in methodology, it looks like the only party affected at this stage is the airport itself.
That's right. I mean, we still have to, it doesn't take away the fact that we still have to consider the impact of the extension on the Tahuna community,
Of
including
course.
the camp.
Yes.
Obviously we do, and I don't want them to think that
No.
this is the panacea and answer to everything. Of course it's
That's
not.
why I started with what I started
Yes.
with, which of course there are other parties
Absolutely.
out there who will say, well, we don't care about you cuddling up with the airport.
No.
It's, as far as we're concerned, say the reasonable necessity test is not met.
But some of your evidence actually indicated that this idea isn't a new idea.
No.
It's been around for 20
At least
odd years.
2005, yes.
Yep. Yep. So it's been something that's been considered as an alternative configuration of the golf course for many years.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. No, thank you. I was aware of
Yes.
that. Okay. Did you have any questions? Sorry, we're going to ask questions now.
No,
potentially.
I have been thinking about questions, and I've had a look in terms of your original evidence. I think most of the matters have been addressed. I was going to ask you about, the fact there is no regional consents here and whether it actually is of significance or not. In terms of the bigger picture issues we're dealing with a notice of requirement.
If you'd like me to have a go at answering that, it's
Yeah.
not going to be particularly helpful.
Yeah. No, that would be good.
I hold similar concerns in that space, and I expressed it in my evidence in chief that there appears to be an emerging practice that these things are dealt with on an integrated basis, and that's not the case here. And it's not dissimilar to the discussions we've had in relation to public works, where we're going to resolve those issues down the line, but now we're going to accept that the effects are addressed. And it's not dissimilar when we're going to resolve effects on the environment, community, wetlands, whatever it might be, through the NOR process, and then we get to dealing with resource consents for very much the same matter, and we go, actually we already dealt with that over here, when the level of detail and the response to scale and site-specific effects has not been adequately dealt with. So it is a broad concern that I hold about these processes.
Yeah, I guess the response, I presume, from the airport on that is that there hasn't been the extent of detailed design to be able to discharge or apply for the regional consents which are required.
Yes.
And that would be, once for the airport, and I'm not speaking for them, but
yes,
once the airport has the certainty that they have the land involved in the notice of requirement confirmed,
yes,
then that they can work their way through the detailed resource consents.
Yes.
It's not like with the option A proposal we're looking at here, that there is a coastal reclamation, which is a potential game changer. There's a realignment of a stream tributary, which you've outlined in your evidence and so forth. So I'll be interested to see the airport's response to that view. But certainly in the old days, notices of requirement, particularly for longer term ones, where you leave the detail to when you're going to be doing it, basically.
Yes, I think what has changed substantially in this last few years, I'm particularly thinking about Waka Kotahi in this space, is that the amount of work that's going in up front to resolve the very broad-scale strategic issues that are the subject of debate right now, resolves those issues so that you can get into the detail, and I accept that there's not an entirely sort of similar scenario here.
No, it's often the ones that you're talking about. I think you're right, but many of their projects, they may have end-of-life terms that are about 15 or 20 years, but they often have preliminary stuff that will start much earlier, once they've secured the land issues. So I'm aware of those for, some of the ones in Auckland and Northland, for example. So yes, I am familiar with
So I think the other thing that's come to light, some of you have got a lot more experience in this space than I have, is that there are incredible efficiencies to be had in wrapping those issues up in some cases.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Certainly some of the big picture resource consents, like whether a culvert needs to be in this location, in this length, in this diameter, you probably don't know for sure at this point. But as I mentioned, things like anything to do with coastal reclamations is probably one of those things you want a bit more certainty.
Yes.
Okay. As I said, I had a flick through, and I think some of the issues which I had have been overtaken by events, but I don't have any additional questions.
Thank you, Sir.
Thank you, Lindsay.
Yeah, Mr. Cullen, I'm in the same position, really. The emerging practice, though, that you referred to, presumably that's been largely informed of what's happened with a particular roading project in the Manawatu, with regional consenting being at the forefront of the consideration of notices.
I've watched that evolution pretty closely, obviously, and that the gorge replacement project and then the evolution of that into O2NL.
Yes.
You just see the practice change from the learnings that have occurred through that exercise.
Has.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the only other thing I was going to say, I'm trying not to make eye contact with Mr Fowler on this, but is that in relation to parties who might have an interest in the scenario we talked about a little earlier, and it might not be until a second stage, is that it might require access from a different site for the golf club. So it might come through a community, it might come through a campground, it might come from anywhere. I'm not. Others will know the site much better than I do, but I think it's a reality that this reconfiguration might ultimately require, a level of engagement with others. I think it's probably secondary at this time.
I think it is.
Yeah.
Step one is to understand what you think, or what the golf club thinks, the detail around what the proposal kind of looks like as first step. What's the process? Yeah. Then we need to hear from the airport company to see whether or not they agree. Then we need to make a decision, and then there may be some milestones that need to be, met, or time frames that we put around reporting back or something, which could include, for example, we're at a certain point where we need to now communicate this with XYZ. We need to get some planning input on ABC. I don't know. I'm not expecting that kind of level of detail at this stage. I'm just trying to get a sense. Well, one, what your thinking is around what it looks like, and then importantly, what the airport company's view on it is. I mean, yeah.
Does the Motor Camp Council get a memo about this or not?
The motor camp, you mean an opportunity to respond?
Well, no, the little sort of side deal you're doing here, I think it's in the interests of the council who represent the motor camp to be fully informed about what's taking place.
Well, everything that's provided will be fully public. So anything that the golf club provide will be in public. Anything the airport company respond to will be in public.
Not a memo as in polite memo in due course. They have to find it for themselves.
You mean, will you be informed? I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question. Do you mean?
I'm asking you whether you are going to make information available to the council of the camp for their use in regard to the detailed agreement you seem to be forming.
I haven't formed a view at all. So the way it will work is that we've asked the golf club to put in writing some of the things that they've said orally today. We will then give the airport company an opportunity to respond. Look, if the airport company says no, it is what it is. And then we have to form a view. We have to then go ahead and decide what we do next. If the airport company says yes, they are prepared to, go down this path, we will then indicate, we will then form a view, and everyone will see what we're saying about that. It is very, I hate this word, but I can't think of a better one, myopically focused on this. It's not whether or not we're forming a view on whether it goes to the north or whether it should go to the south, and whether the consideration of those matters was adequate or otherwise. We still have to form a view about that.
I'm just trying to ensure that the council are informed.
You mean Nelson City Council?
No, sir.
The lawyer, you mean
The lawyer, the representation
Mr. McFadden?
who is not here.
Oh, no, of course. Of course he will be. Absolutely. Yep, absolutely. Great. Okay. Anything else? Well, I think we're
Yes, thank you, Madam
done
Chair.
for now. So that timing sort of fits with our thinking about other things anyway. But obviously the airport company, they need to go away and have a think about it. And they although I've suggested that their reply come in writing, they technically still have an opportunity, should they wish to do so, to take some time at the end of this week to just talk to us about anything they want to talk to us about, including this. Their rights are the last say rights, as you know. Okay. No, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
That's taken a bit
Madam
of
Chair.
time for us to get our heads around it. But we think it's important. It's really important. This issue was a very important issue that we were already considering in some detail before we even saw any of the evidence. We saw all the submissions, but before we even saw all of the evidence from your team and before we saw your legal submissions. So thank you for that. Okay. Thank you. Right. I think we can adjourn. I need to say that, don't I? Thank you. We can adjourn. We're a little bit... We're early today, which is great. Look, we will still start again tomorrow at 9:30 because we've got quite a few people to hear from tomorrow, and I want to make sure that people don't feel like they're being curtailed unnecessarily. Okay. Is there anything else else from you that you need to know? No. Thank you. Thank you. Great. Thank you very much.